Pay attention, please. Stop talking. The next deduction, which is under section 36, that is 36 subsection 1 clause 6. It's a small deduction for allowance for animals which are used for business and profession. But these are the animals which are other than stock in trade. These are not stock in trade. It means you are not engaged in buying and selling animals. You are not into the business of animals. Okay. But yes, animal is required in your business as an asset. Okay. So you will get the deduction over here. Now the deduction will not be allowed in the year in which you purchase the animal. In fact, it is allowed in the year in which you sell the animal because it is become useless or it is dead. So you are selling the carcasses of the animal. Okay. You are selling the body of the animal, whatever it is. So if I purchase the say animal for 30,000 rupees today, okay, I will not get any deduction today of the 30,000 rupees. But after say 5 years, the animal has become useless. So I am selling it off say for 5,000 rupees. So at that time, the difference between the cost and the sale value will be allowed as deduction to me. Check it, please. The deduction is available in the year of in which the animals have become useless or they have become dead. In that year, the deduction will be how much? The cost minus the if sale value is there. It is possible that you might not get anything, correct? If you have not received anything, then the entire cost will be allowed as deduction. Now the question is, why do we need animal in the business? For what purpose? Okay. For what purpose I will need an animal in the business? Apart from stock and trade. I am not purchasing and selling. That is not my business. Okay. For what? Dairy business, okay. For in case of dairy business, your cow, buffaloes, etc. is your asset. Poultry. But that chicken is your trading now. That is your stock in trade, correct? Yes or no? Chicken is stock in trade or not? Correct? Any other business? Yes, please. Last bench. Dog as a security. Excellent. I need dogs in my factory so that there should be some kind of security in my factory. I require sheep. I may require camel for transportation in deserts. Correct? Donkeys I may require. Correct? For transportation. Oh, that's it. Sufficient. This much, and we are not doing a biology lecture over here. Okay. This much is sufficient for your understanding. It's okay. Let's go ahead now. Beyond animals. Again, not a very important section for exam because again you will realize that not very important in day-to-day life. Yes, but next one is extremely important. Mark down, please, all of you. Extremely, extremely important. The way these 4 deductions were important. These 4 employer contribution, the same way this is also important. Deduction of bad debts. Now I'll speak each and everything about it in detail and then we will read it from the book. Section 36, subsection 1, clause 7. This talks about deduction of actual bad debts. This means we are not going to get any deduction of provision for bad debts in this section. You make no provision for bad debts. Yes, RDD you say, whatever you name, reserve for doubtful debts, provision for doubtful debts. That is not allowed. What is allowed is actual bad debts. Actually, it should be a bad debt. It should not be a provision which you are making. It should not be a doubtful debt. It should be a real debt which has become bad. So the word actual debt is very, very important over here. Actual bad debts. Now to claim deduction of actual bad debts, the assessee is supposed to fulfill two conditions. If you fulfill the following two conditions, you can claim bad debts. First condition, the debt must be written off in the books of accounts. So you have to write off the debt in the books of accounts if you want to claim deduction. Okay. On the debit side of P&L, in your books of accounts, there has to be written what? Two bad debts. Condition number one. Okay. Condition number two, and both the condition has to be fulfilled. There is an and in between. Both conditions have to be fulfilled to claim bad debt. Second condition, the debt must be taken into income earlier. The debt which you are writing it off, it should be taken into income earlier. Let's take one example that how we will fulfill these two conditions. A very simple example of credit sales. You are making a credit sale. This is your trading P&L account and you will write down over here buy credit sales of 1 lakh rupees for example, and in the balance sheet you will write what? Debtors of 1 lakh rupees. Okay? Jani, temperature come karo. Now suppose after a few years we came to know that this person is not going to give us the money. Okay? Now if you want to claim deduction of this 1 lakh, you have to fulfill two conditions. First, you have to write off in the books of accounts as bad debts. Condition number one is fulfilled, correct? What is condition number two? It should have been taken into income earlier. Is it taken into income earlier? Yes, it was taken into the profits of earlier years, correct? You have already paid tax. So if you fulfill these two conditions, you can claim bad debts very easily. So there is no need to prove, listen carefully, there is no need to prove that the debt has become bad. There is no need to prove. Proving is not relevant criteria to claim bad debts. Earlier, before 1/4/1989, the assessee had to prove that the debt has become bad. If I want to claim bad debts before 1/4/1989, long back, then I have to prove to the assessing officer what efforts I have taken to collect the money from my customers. Okay. How many times you have reminded the customer? Are you clear? Customers have not responded. You have to bring all the entire trail in front of the assessing officer to claim bad debts. Now, obviously, this would lead to corruption. Yes. You will say that I have asked the customer so many times, he is not paying the money. Assessing officer is not agreeing to you. He is saying that you are not proving it. Correct? I will disallow. So the government removed the criteria of proving. And the government has put these two conditions, which you have seen over here. You have to just write off in the books of accounts. And you have to just prove one thing, that it was taken into income earlier. Are you clear? You don't have to establish the fact that the debt has actually become bad. The customers are not willing to pay. Forget about it. Okay? You don't have to do all those things since long back, since I think so around 36 years has gone for that amendment. 1/4/1989, that amendment has come. Now, you will say that, sir, in every case, these two conditions will fulfill only now. You will write off the debt and that debt was taken into income earlier. It will be this case only all the time. No, it's not like that. Let me give you one example. Suppose I want to buy a machinery from a particular supplier. Now I gave an advance to the supplier and I passed the journal entry advance for machinery account debit to bank account, say 1 lakh rupees. I paid him advance and I told him that when will you complete the machinery and give me? He told me after 1 month you come and take the machinery and pay the balance money. Okay. So I paid 1 lakh as an advance and after 1 month I went to him So he was not there. He has gone. He has run away. Okay. Now, is this 1 lakh bad in my hand? Tell me. But you cannot claim this under 3617. Why? Because this 1 lakh was not taken into income earlier. Are you clear? It has to be taken into income earlier if you want to claim it. So you as a student will ask me, then what is the treatment of this? Correct? It's a capital loss. It's a no deduction under income tax law till the very last lecture. Okay. You won't get deduction of this 1 lakh rupees which is lost. Are you clear? If this would have been an advance for raw material, what? And the other person would have forfeited that advance. Okay. Then you can claim that as a revenue loss. Revenue losses are allowed under income tax law. Don't write. We are going to do great discussion on deduction of losses later on in PGBP only. I'm just saying for the sake of saying as of now. We are not discussing today deduction of losses. Okay. We will do deduction of losses later on. What is the treatment of revenue loss? What is the treatment of capital loss? But I'm just trying to tell you today also. Okay. I'm not explaining this concept today. I will explain you with the help of relevant case laws. Okay. So if this would have been a raw material advance and if that would have been forfeited by you, then it would have been a revenue loss. It would have been allowed as a deduction in my hands. Okay. Coming back to this discussion. So today in 2025, 2026, if you want to claim bad debts, you just have to fulfill two conditions. That's it. Write off the debt and just prove one thing, that it was taken into income earlier in your PGBP income. That's it. No need to prove that the debt has become bad. The second condition over here is creating problems for financial institutions, banks, money lending businesses. How this second condition is creating problem to banks and financial institutions? Let's take an example on the board. Suppose there is SBI over here, State Bank of India. This is the balance sheet of SBI. This is the P&L of SBI. On the balance sheet, SBI has given some loans to its customers, say of 10,000 crore rupees. Okay. And there is some interest receivable on this particular loan of 3,000 crore rupees. On the P&L credit side, interest income would have been there 3,000 crore rupees. Tell me. Yes. Now suppose after few years, this loan was given suppose to Vijay Mallya. Okay. For example. Now he ran away. Correct. Entire loan is what? Bad debts. SBI will ask for deduction of how much? In this example, how much deduction they wish to take? How much deduction they wish to take? 13,000 crores. Interest is also a loss. Principal is also a loss. You wish to claim 13,000 as a deduction. But for 3,000 crore, you can claim deduction as bad debts. But for 10,000 crore, the second condition will not be fulfilled. What is the second condition? The debt which you are writing it off should be taken as a, that loan was never part of income. Yes or no? So that will be a huge loss for the banking industry. Yes or no? So the government has created an exception for banks, financial institutions. That for banks, money lending businesses, for this loan portion, there is no need to fulfill condition number 2. Did you understand what I said? But that is only for whom? Money lend, all those who are engaged in money lending business. Okay. Condition number 2 is not applicable for the loan portion. Is it clear? You can check it over here now, the two conditions. The section is not completed. There are a lot of things that I have to speak. This is first condition on page number 1.14. This is second condition. And this is an exception for bank and money lending businesses for their, which amount? Loan amount. For your better clarity, you can write down over here for principal portion. For principal portion. Okay. Then point number 1, I have already told you, no need to prove that the debt has become what? Bad. Point number 2, I have already told you, bad debt shall not include reserve for doubtful debts or provision for doubtful debt, whatever you say. There is something written in the bracket. We will talk about that later in this chapter itself. For banks and financial institutions, they give deduction of provision for bad debts also in a separate section 36(1)(7)(a). Okay, which is there in your syllabus also. In CA Inter, it was not there. Okay. You can see some percentages they are giving as a deduction for what? Provision for bad debts to bank. See on the board directly if you want, which is on page number 1.22. I'm not teaching you this, but I'm just showing you. Okay. We'll see that later on, which is on page number 1.22. Shall I go ahead? Now there are two things which are pending over here. One is Supreme Court's judgment is there, small judgment on Supreme Court. And one ICDS implication that I have to teach you, that I will teach you in a while. Before that, the Supreme Court judgment, I would like to say, you only tell me what has to be done in this case. I sold some goods of 1 lakh rupees on credit. So I am supposed to receive 1 lakh from the debtors. It is not yet received. Then my company got amalgamated with your company. Okay. So I will pass on the debtors to you. Tell me. And you will recover from the debtor. Now the debtor is not ready to pay you. Okay. So the debt has become bad in the hands of amalgamated company, which was sold by amalgamating company. Should you get the deduction? Tell me. Yes, assessing officer was not allowing because he was saying the assessee has changed. I will not allow. The assessing officer is saying that the write-off is done by amalgamated company, but it was taken into the income of which company? Amalgamating company. I will not allow. The matter went to the court and the court allowed to the assessee. Okay. The court said, you have paid for that data to me in the form of purchase consideration. Yes or no? While passing the journal entry, you would have paid for that data also, not to me. Yes, you deserve to get the deduction. Okay. So the Supreme Court in the case of T. Veerabhadra Rao, K. Koteshwara Rao, see the name of the case law is there. Okay. All South Indian names are only coming in case law. See, Mysore Minerals, T. Veerabhadra Rao. Later also you will see most of the case laws are from South India only. Maybe you people are very intellectual. Okay. Yes, that can be the reason that you are raising question in front of the department. You are going till court and getting it in your favor. Yes. You will see lot of case laws. I'm not saying, I'm not just making a random comment. You can check at the end of the syllabus. 60 to 70% case laws are of South India only. Please don't talk, please. Come to page number 3.6, all of you. I need to do some analysis of the barrack now. 36(1)(7), page number 3.6, all of you. A bad debt shall be allowed as deduction if the following conditions are satisfied. The bad debt should be, tell me fast, where it should be written off? In the books of accounts. Okay. And the second condition, the debt should have been taken into in computing the income of the assessee of the previous year in which the deduction claimed or any earlier previous year, or the debt represents the money lent in the ordinary course of business of a money lending business or banking carried out by the assessee. Okay. Rest of the things are also mentioned over here. T. Veerabhadra Rao case law. Then from 1/4 to 1989, what has happened? Check. What has happened from 1/4/1989? It is not necessary to establish that your debt has become what? Irrecoverable. Just write it off and claim. Are you clear? Now in 2015, the government of India has added this proviso. Okay. I want you all to read this proviso. Very dangerous paragraph. Wasted 2 minutes of your life? 2 minutes wasted or not of your life by reading this paragraph? What you understood? Please tell me. Anything? They are repeating one sentence again and again. Such debt or part thereof, such debt or part thereof, such debt or part thereof. Correct? Let us try to understand this beautiful paragraph. Pay attention on the board. The next discussion is given in point number 4, and for point number 4, I am giving you some example on the board. Please, all of you pay attention. This is Accounting Standard 9, which is on revenue recognition. And this is ICDS 4, I guess. Just confirm it is 4 or something else. 4 only, no? On revenue recognition. Pay attention on the board. Leave aside everything, please. Suppose I sold goods of rupees 1 lakh. Okay. Now I don't have any reasonable assurance of receiving the money. I'm not sure whether I will receive the money or not. No reasonable assurance. That I will receive the money or not. I'm not sure about it. What shall I do in my books of accounts? Tell me. Do not record, correct? Now ICDS come into picture. What ICDS has to say? Then wait. Don't make any conclusion, just wait. Sold goods of rupees 1 lakh. No reasonable assurance. Same. Don't make any comment. Wait. Don't make any conclusion. Even ICDS say the same thing. Same. That do not include in what? Income. The question of recording does not arise over here. They will talk about whether to include in PGBP income or not to include in PGBP income. They say don't include. Is accounts and tax same? At this point of time on the board, are they same? Yes, they are same with respect to sale of goods. Okay. When you sell goods of 1 lakh rupees, and if you don't have the certainty that you will receive the money, do not record in accounts, do not take in the income. Both tax and accounts says the same thing only. Till here. Till here. Now I am taking another example. Suppose you are providing a service of rupees 1 lakh to someone. Okay. You don't have any reasonable assurance that you will receive the money or not. You have provided the service, but money you will receive or not, you are not sure. What will you do in accounts? Tell me. Do not record same treatment. Okay. In tax, I am providing a service of rupees 1 lakh. No reasonable assurance, same thing. Now here the tax takes a U-turn. And the tax says that include in income and pay tax. Now what is the moral of the story? Moral of the story is for provision of services in income tax, reasonable assurance is not a criteria anymore. For services, not for goods. For goods, yes, you have to do as per accounts. Slowly and gradually, they will bring goods also in this particular bracket. They will not do suddenly all the changes. Maybe in future, they will include first traders and then manufacturer, etc. Slowly and gradually, they will do it. So moral of the story is, if you provide a service of 1 lakh rupees and if you feel that you will not receive the money, don't record in accounts. Nobody is telling you to record in accounts, but in tax, you have to pay the tax. Add to the PGBP income and pay the tax. Okay. Now just think from this perspective. This 1 lakh rupees service I provided, I have no assurance I will receive. Still, I have to pay the tax as per ICDS 4. Now in future, if it becomes bad, should I get deduction of bad debts or not? Yes, I should get. Where will I go to claim the deduction? Which section? 3617 only, na? What is the first condition of 3617? It should be written off in the books of accounts. Now, how will I write off this debt which is not recorded only in the books? Are you clear what I am trying to say? This 1 lakh rupee, again, starting from the beginning. 1 lakh rupee service. Have I provided the service? Do I have the reasonable assurance I will receive? Should I record in the books? Should I pay tax? Should I pay tax? It has become bad now. Should I get the deduction? Where will I go to claim the deduction? 3617. How many conditions? 2 conditions. First condition is it should be written off in the books of accounts. How will I write off this debt in the books which was never ever recorded in the books? Are you clear or not? But do you deserve to get the deduction? That's where this proviso comes and tells you, listen to me. If a particular income is not recorded in accounts, but it is included in the tax because of ICDS, and if it become bad, then it is deemed to be written off in the books of accounts. Check it, please. That is what it is written in English. Please read. Okay. Something which is not recorded in accounts, but recorded in tax, and then it becomes bad, then you deserve to get the deduction, so it is deemed to be written off in the books. Are you clear? So that condition number 1 is fulfilled. Is it clear? Now you can read this entire paragraph. Okay. You may not write this example. I have given this complete example over here in a very simple language. You can read till here. This entire example is given over here. You can read it once if you want. Is it clear? Now some small deductions are there. We will complete all of them one by one, and then we will go ahead with our sector wise deduction. That is more important for us. The next deduction, hopeless deduction, I irritate. Next one, see in the name, please. Section 36, 19. What it is? Expenditure on promotion of now this deduction was introduced by Government of India in 1968. Okay. To control population, still not controlled. Okay. 50 years have gone. Yes. If they would have not brought this, then what would have happened? I don't know. Now, what is the use of this section here? Hopeless section it is in today's time. At that time, it was necessary. At that time, it was 1968. If you go back, there was no media. There was no television in India. There was no internet, no telephone, no mobile, nothing. Okay, only radio was there. So how to create awareness amongst people? Okay. That it is important to do family planning, otherwise it will be a burden on the economy. Okay. So the government decided that we will put this responsibility on the companies. Therefore, you see, not on the employees. We will not put this responsibility on the employees. We will put responsibility on the, yes, ultimate responsibility is of employees only. I also understand. Okay. But to create awareness, who will create awareness? So see this, just circle first of all in your color book that this is the first deduction which is only available to company. First, it is not available to all assessees. Okay. Rest all deductions which we have done so far. Okay. Those are available to all assessees. Individual HUF, firm, AOP, BOI, company, LLP, everybody can claim deduction if you are doing business or profession. But this is only available to companies. Is it clear? But I am not saying this is the last deduction which is only available to company. This is the first deduction in our syllabus so far which is only available to whom? Companies. Now, you will be after some point of time, there will be repetition of provisions. There will be many sections where it will be written that this is only available to whom? Company. There will be many sections where it will be written that this will be only, this deduction is available only if you do manufacturing. Okay. Like it is written in additional depreciation. So what I have done at the end of the chapter, I have made a interlinking of the entire PGBP on page number 1.35. If you come over here and check. This you will appreciate only after the chapter is done, not now, because we have not done all the sections as of now. Okay. Which all sections you will find what? So there are 3 sections in PGBP where you will find manufacturing. Okay. Which all sections you will find company. So there are 4 sections in entire PGBP. It is an exhaustive list. Okay. There is nothing beyond this. Which all sections you will find Indian company. Which all sections you will be getting deductions not in 1 year but over the period of year amortize. Which all sections you get deduction based on some percentages. So these are all different criteria which are repetitive in nature in the chapter. Okay. It comes more than once. So I have consolidated all of them and I have put at one place. It will be helpful for you all at the end of the chapter, not now. Once the chapter is done, we will come to this page. Don't worry. Okay. But as of now, you just mark down one thing over here. First and the foremost and the most important thing is this deduction is only available to companies. This is the first section which we are coming across, which is available only to corporates, not to anybody else. Okay. The ICI will deliberately put family planning expenditure on the debit side of a partnership firm. Okay. They will do this. You have to completely what? Disallow that, not ignore. Sir, ignoring means it is allowed. You have to add back that. Are you clear or not? So you have to disallow that. Okay. But if it is a company, then you can ignore and take the deduction. Okay. Now, it's an hopeless deduction, but it is important for exam. That is the reason you have to pay attention on this, please. They ask this particular deduction in the examination. It has an impact in many other provisions as well. If you incur, if you means company. If the company incurs a revenue expense, then it is fully allowed. It is. If the company incurs what? A capital expenditure, then it is allowed in 5 equal installments. It means if you are incurring a capital expenditure of 10 lakh divided by 5, you will get 2 lakhs for 5 years. Are you clear? We are not going to give you in 1 year. We will amortize that over 5 years. Is it clear? Now, one very important aspect you have to pay attention on the board. Suppose this is my P&L account. Here I am writing sales. Say 100 rupees. Here I am writing expenses, say 120 rupees. Here I am writing depreciation, say 30 rupees. Here I am writing revenue expense of what? Family planning, say 10 rupees. Okay. And here I am writing the capital expense of family planning, that is 1/5 portion. How much I am writing? How much I am writing? 1/5 portion, which is allowed. Okay. Only that what is allowed, I am writing that. Is it clear? It means the total family planning expense of capital expenditure would have been 100 rupees. Yes or no? I am only taking the relevant deduction which is allowed to me. Obviously, there is a loss. How much loss is there? 20 plus 30, 50, 60, 80. Correct? Now, the law says that bifurcate this loss into different parts. 20 rupees loss came because of expense. Tell me, this will be called as business loss. It will be carried forward for and set off against only business income, not against other heads. Okay. 30 rupees came because of unabsorbed depreciation. It will be specially treated. It will be specially treated. It will be carried forward for infinite number of years and it can be set off against any income except salary income. Okay. Third one. This 10 rupees. It is coming because of what? Revenue expense of family planning. You treat this as a business loss. What? It will be treated like a normal business loss. It is like an any other expense. Are you clear? 20 rupees is coming because of capital expenditure of family planning. This also will be treated as UAD. What? This will also be treated like what? Unabsorbed depreciation only. See the line below your book. Unabsorbed which expenditure? Capital expenditure of family planning is treated as good as UAD. Okay. So in priority of set off, you take this also at the end. Okay. Yes or no? Because there is no time limit you can claim at any point of time in your life. You just write down this example. They will give you in the exam all these items. And they will tell you to identify which will be carried forward for how many years and so on and so forth. So certain things to be kept in mind in this section, even though it's a small section, it's important. Many times it will also have impact in some other provisions also later on. Till the very last lecture, there are 2-3 places where this particular expenditure is going to come. So 2-3 things you have to keep it in mind. One, this is only available for companies. Second, if it is a capital expenditure, then you have to take in 5 years. And if there is a loss because of the capital expenditure, you will treat it as same as the UAD. Okay. Now there are some small deductions are there. 4 small deductions are there. One by one we will see, and then we will move ahead towards some important points. All 4 of them are not very important for exam, honestly speaking. Yes, this one is important at least. And this one, these 2, they have never ever asked, but we will see all of them obviously. The first one is 36 subsection 1 clause 15. This talks about securities transaction tax. What is securities transaction tax? Which you pay on purchase and sale of shares and even mutual funds in some cases. Okay. Especially if you buy through a recognized stock exchange. Correct? So this is allowed as a deduction to you if you are a trader in security. Okay. What? If trading in shares and security is your business, then it is allowed. But if you just buy the shares once in a while, sell the shares once in a while, then your income is classified where? Under capital gains, correct? And you might be knowing, you have done capital gain calculation, that in capital gains, do you claim STT or you don't claim STT? We don't claim STT. That is what it is written over here. See in the bracket, please. So you will be allowed the deduction if you are a trader in security. If trading is considered to be your PGBP income, then you can take it as what? Deduction. Are you clear? I will tell about all those things later on, that intraday incomes are considered as which incomes under income tax. Futures and options incomes are considered as which incomes under income tax. And the third kind of income, that is when you take the delivery of the shares, those incomes are what kind of income under the Income Tax Act. We will see the treatment of that later on, don't worry. Similarly, commodity transaction tax, which you pay on what? Trading of commodities. There is a commodity exchange also, right? MCX. What do you trade over there? Gold, silver, food grains, food items, etc. Correct? So for that also there is a price which changes every day, every moment. You can buy, sell, trade in that also. Not everybody does that. Most of the people are interested in the stock market rather than commodity market because we don't have much knowledge about that. So even that is allowed as a deduction. Again in the bracket it is written, if you are a trader in commodity, then only it is allowed as a deduction. Otherwise it is not allowed as a deduction to you. Okay. Next deduction, circle, it is only available to a cooperative society, not for others. The way 3619 was only available to companies, this one is only available to societies. Now, that to a very specific society, not all cooperative society. If I am engaged in manufacturing of sugar, what? I have a manufacturing of sugar. So for that, what do I need? Tell me. Sugar cane. So if I purchase sugar cane, then I will get the deduction of sugar cane as an expense, provided the law is putting a condition. You should buy at a price equal to or less than the price approved by the government. Check. Only then it will be allowed. To reduce the black marketing of sugar cane. Are you clear? You should not buy in black market at a higher price. Are you clear? The government decide the price, MSP for a product. Okay. You should buy at that price. Only then we will give you the deduction. Otherwise, we will not give you the deduction. Are you clear? This is for cooperative society who are engaged in purchase of sugar cane for manufacturing of sugar. Are you clear? Last deduction but not least, you might have heard in SFM or AFM, whatever is your subject's name. Have you heard of it? Something called as mark to market loss. What is mark to market loss? Tell me, yes, you have done your AFM. Yes. Yes, please, correct you are. Day wise, you need to record your profit and loss of your investments which you have made, correct? Suppose if I purchase the shares of Reliance Industry on a daily basis, if I see if there is a profit or loss, if it is a profit, I will book profit. If there is a loss, I will book loss, correct? So the department says that we will allow you the deduction of what? Mark to market loss also, but it should be as per what? The ICDS. Check it, please. Now, the relevant ICDS has not been kept in your syllabus by the institute. Okay. If you don't book as per ICDS, then they have also made a specific disallowance under 40A. What they have made? Specific disallowance. Then your loss will be what? Disallowed under PGBP, you will not get the deduction of loss. Now, all these deductions which are given in 36, no question is going to come directly on any of them. It will be part of your P&L account. You have to decide whether it is allowed or whether it is not allowed. You are not going to get any 8 mark or 10 mark or 12 mark question on this. That you can get on sector wise. Okay. Not on this particular section 36 at least. So this is where we stand as far as our PGBP is considered. If you come to this page, on the very first page over here, page number 1.3, pay attention, don't talk please. Section 32 we have done. Section 30, 31 and 36, small deductions we have done. These three are very small deductions, nothing great. There is no complexity also in these deductions. These are very simple also. Now we will start with sector-wise deduction, which is absolutely new for you all. Except few sectors, you have not done anything in your CA Inter. You have only done in your CA Inter 35 AD you have done, correct? And you have done certain deductions of section 35 scientific research, correct? Apart from that, most of the deductions you have not done in your CA Inter. All of them are CA final provisions. We are starting in the order of the law. In the order of the law, the very first deduction is 33 AB. So first today we will do 33 AB and ABA. ABA also not now. First AB and then after AB is completed, we will talk about ABA. Pay attention on the board, please. Leave aside everything. It's a beautiful deduction. It's a big deduction. It will take a lot of time. There are a lot of complexity in this. I will speak about each and everything. There are 12 marks question on this in your question bank, which ICI has asked in the examination only on this deduction. Section 33 AB. Now, what is this deduction all about? This is given to which sector? This is given to a sector if you are engaged in growing and manufacturing tea, coffee or rubber where in India. If you are engaged in any of the three business, but you have to do both the activities, not one, both. Growing should also be done by your company and manufacturing should also be done by you, and both of them should be done in India. If you do this, you are going to get some good deductions over here, which we have never ever heard of. The deduction over here will be of such kind whereby this previous year 25-26 is going on. Now, honestly speaking, whatever income tax you have learned in your life, give me answer of one very simple question. If I want deduction of any expenditure in the current year, what shall I do? Incur the expenditure, correct? In the current year, then you will get it. Can you tell the department, I will incur in 28, 29, please give me deduction today? Tell me please. Have you heard about any provision so far like that? No. This provision talks about that. Okay. This provision will give you deduction today. Expenditure you can incur in future. After 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. Okay. So, you are not going to incur the expense today, but you will take the tax benefit today. Are you clear? By reducing your income. That is the beauty of this deduction, which is given to some very important sectors of India. Tea, coffee, rubber is a very important sector for our economy as far as exports are considered. India is one of the largest exporter of tea in the entire world, followed by coffee and rubber. Coffee and rubber is not that much, but tea is ultimate export goes from India across the world. Therefore, to give a relaxation, to give an encouragement for this sector to grow, the government has brought this beautiful deduction whereby you don't have to incur the expense today. You can incur in next year, but claim deduction today, save your tax today, use that money for further growth in the business. Are you clear? But obviously, such deductions will not come without conditions. You have to fulfill lot of conditions. So I am speaking about one by one all the conditions now that you have to fulfill if you want to claim this deduction without incurring the expense in the current year. The first thing you have to do is you have to go to NABARD. Where? NABARD. I hope everybody knows what is NABARD. It's a national bank for agriculture and rural development, which promotes agriculture. It gives funding to for agriculture purpose. So you should go to NABARD and deposit the amount in what? In NABARD. How much deduction you want? Sir, I want 1 crore deduction. Go and deposit in NABARD 1 crore. Okay. You don't have to keep the money in your pocket. Okay. You have to deposit in NABARD. You have to keep aside that money. Otherwise, you will keep in your pocket, you will use it. And when the government will tell you after 2 years to incur the money, at that time you will say what? I don't have any money. Yes or no? That is not the case. So they will put lot of conditions over here. But even if it is telling you to deposit the money in NABARD, is there any other way that you can claim deduction? Normal assessee can claim such deduction by putting their money from ICICI Bank to NABARD and claiming deduction under PGBP. Is it possible? No, but for these people it is. So first of all, you have to, it's a long deduction. It's a long story. You have to listen carefully. It's a dangerous deduction. Out of all the sector wise, this is one of the trickiest one. Because the nature of the deduction is also very unique now. We have not heard about such kind of things where you have to incur in future and take deduction today. So how much deposits I should make in NABARD? That is your choice. There is no minimum or maximum amount that the law is saying you to deposit. Whatever amount you want to claim as a deduction, deposit that much amount. Okay. There is no minimum amount that the NABARD is saying or the maximum amount that the NABARD is saying to you. I wish to claim 1 crore, then deposit 1 crore. I wish to claim 2 crore, then deposit 2 crore. I wish to claim 10 crore, then deposit 10 crore. Whatever you wish to claim, you deposit that much. Okay. Sir, in my area, there is no NABARD. NABARD is not there, sir. NABARD is there in Bombay. Where will I go Bombay from here? Online, it is not possible, for example. When this deduction came, at that time, online was not possible. This deduction came in 1991. Okay. That time, online was not possible, correct? Today, you can do online. Yes. And few accounts you cannot open online. You have to go to the bank. Yes. So what? Then you can go to some other nationalized bank, etc. and you can open an account there also. Okay. They have allowed there also. You can tell them that I want to open a tea, coffee, rubber board account. Please give me the relevant form. You fill the form, put the money, and they will give you the relevant receipt for the same. Okay. It is like a fixed deposit. Is it clear? Suppose I deposited the money. Now you want deduction in which year? Tell me. Should there be some last date to deposit? Yes or no? So what is the time limit to deposit? See on the board. It is within 6 months from end of financial year or before due date of returns under section 139(1), whichever is earlier. Okay. What will be this date? 30th September 2026. Okay. And this date, I don't know. That depends upon the nature of assessee. Are you clear? It can be July, it can be October, it can be November also. That I don't know. Okay. Whichever date comes earlier, you have to deposit till that date. Okay. Now the biggest question. How much deduction the government will allow me? Sir, whatever amount I deposit, I will get full. No, no, no. It is subject to some maximum limit. Okay. So the deduction will be lower of point number one, amount you have deposited. That is your actual amount which you have deposited. That can be any amount, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore. It will be compared with 40% of your PGBP. What? Your deduction cannot be more than what? Tell me. 40% of your PGBP. Maximum it will be up to 40% of PGBP, not more than that. Okay. Sir, PGBP means what? Pay attention. PGBP means PGBP. You have to compute the income as per 28 to 44, whatever provisions are there apply. Okay. But this PGBP has to be before two items. I am writing on the board. Obviously, this has to be before this deduction. Obviously, na? Because we are computing this deduction only. We don't know only how much is this deduction. And before brought forward business losses, if it is there. Okay. Do not reduce that. Do not reduce that. First claim the deduction, then reduce. Are you clear? So this is the first thing that you have to do. And in the current year, you are only supposed to do this much. If you do this much in the current year, while filing the return of 25-26, you can claim deduction. That can be even thousands of crores of rupees. Okay, if your PGBP is 10,000 crore, you can claim 4,000 crore. Are you clear? That can be any amount. There is no limitation on the absolute amount. The limitation is only on the percentage. Are you clear? So I will be henceforth, whenever we will be recapping, I will be asking you three questions. To claim this deduction, where to go, when to go, and what will be the deduction. Okay, these three questions you have to answer. You please keep it in your mind. Okay, you can see this provision. The provision is not completed. Okay, there are a lot of things that I have to speak. This is just one of the part of the provision. You can check it over here. This box on page number 1.15. Please see. Is it clear? Now, first mistake that the student will make in the exam, that I am trying to highlight on the board. I don't want you all to make this mistake. I am putting some data on the board. The data is as follows. The assessees engage in growing and manufacturing tea in India. Listen carefully. The composite income means from both growing and manufacturing, both, it is said 10 crore rupees. How much? This is before deduction. This is and before losses. Okay. Now, amount deposited in NABARD. is 2 crore rupees. And brought forward business loss is 1 crore rupees. Tax rate of the assessee is 30% flat. Ignore cess and surcharge for the ease of calculation as of now. I want you all to tell me what is the amount of tax this assessee is going to pay. You may make a mistake, it's okay. We are here to learn. This is the first kind of question that will come in your exam. Same data will come with different numbers. You may need calculator. Please, you can use your mobile phones or calculator, whatever you wish to, and get me the answer. I also don't know. I have also randomly put the numbers. I got the answer. Online students, you can also tell me what is the answer for this question. You can put it in the chat box, please. What is the answer? You have to say at least some amount, even if it is wrong, it's okay. What is the answer? Tell me, madam. Hello, madam. Tell me. Say something wrong to wrong. It's okay. Yeah, somebody is saying yes, please. 2.2 crore. Tax amount I want. I don't want income amount. Tax amount. Tax. How much tax? I have given you the tax rate also, no? 42 lakhs. Let's see. I don't know the number. I'll check. Okay. Any other number? Zero, yeah. Any other number apart from zero? Tell me. I have to wait. You have to get me the answer, please. Even if it is wrong, it's okay. I don't want you to make a mistake when you do a question from the book. How much, beta? 21 lakh you are getting? Okay, we'll see. Okay, how you got 21? Can you please tell me the format in which you got 21? What you took first? Tell me. Even if it is wrong, tell me it's okay. How you got 21 lakhs? First 10 crore you have written, then you reduce the deduction. 33 AB deduction is 2 crore. Yes. Then 8 crore is the profit. What after that? Then you have divided the income. No? Then your answer is wrong. Okay. Anybody else? Yes, madam, how you got the answer? 2.2 crores. Okay. Okay. Okay, I understood. It's okay. I understood what you did. I'm not commenting whether you are correct or wrong, but I just understood what you said. Anybody else? Okay. Now see how you are supposed to get the answer. First, you will write composite income. Just wait. Don't write anything, please. That is 10 crore. Okay. This deduction of 33 AB is available to which assessee? Who is engaged in what? Both. Correct? So take deduction from composite income. Okay. From where you will take deduction? Because the deduction is available to a person who does both. Correct? Yes or no? How much deduction is available under 33AB? Just now you have done it. 2 crore or 40% of PGBP, whichever is lower. Correct? So that will come to how much? Tell me fast. 2 crore. If it would have been more than 4 crore, we would have restricted to 4 crore. Correct? Yes or no? Now, we are getting here 8 crore. This 8 crore has come from what? Tell me fast. Composite income from growing and manufacturing both. Now you have to apply rule 8 here. And you have to segregate into taxable and exempt portion. Okay. How much is taxable out of this? I have told you in the last lecture. At least for T, I have told you. Yes or no? How much? 40% is taxable. 40% of 8 crore comes to how much? 3.2 crore is taxable. Correct? And 60% is? Tell me fast. 4.8 crore. That is exempt because that is considered to be agriculture income. Okay. Now, do you have losses of last year? From where you will set off your losses? Exempt income or taxable income? Taxable income, obviously. You have to set off this loss from here. You will get what? 2.2 crore rupees, which that girl also got. She did in some other way, but she got the answer same. Okay. She has broken up from the beginning only. Correct? Now on this, you will pay how much tax? 30%. You have to remember this order. I am putting numbering over here. First, you have to take deduction. Second, you have to do 40-60. Are you clear? Then you have to claim what? The brought forward losses. Are you clear? If you change the order, the answer is not going to come. It is going to come some other answer only. If you reduce losses first and then do 40-60, the answer is wrong. Are you clear? Write down this example, please. This is an exam question with different numbers, obviously. You please remember this order. Pay attention, please. Stop talking. See, there are many other ways to compute this, but if you want to do that, you do it in rough and you can use that solution for MCQ. Okay. For descriptive answer, if it comes, you have to use this format given by the law. Okay. Like some people are saying, sir, can we do 40% of this directly? What is 40% of 10 crore? 4 crore. Can we do 40% of this directly? What is 40% of 2 crore? 0.8 crore. Then you will reach ultimately to this answer. Check. Yes. You can do this also. Okay. That is your choice. But while writing a descriptive answer, you have to follow this format. Okay. In MCQ, if you want to do, you can do it directly. Are you clear? In MCQ, what matters is the final answer. Correct? That should come correct. But for descriptive answer, for which is for 4 to 5 marks, don't talk, please. You have to follow this format. I'll again tell you the logic why we are following this format. First, I am writing composite income. Pay attention on the board. Please don't talk. Don't talk. Why we are writing composite income over here? Because the deduction is available to those people who do both the activities. Why we are reducing 2 crore from 10 crore? Because the deduction is available to an assessee who is engaged in both. So the deduction will also be reduced from the common income. Are you clear? Then you got a common profit. Okay. Which includes both. Now you want to pay tax. Correct? You have to claim the deduction. Yes or no? Now you want to pay tax. So for paying tax, you will not pay tax on 8 crore. Now you will start to bifurcate into taxable and exempt portion. Is it clear? And then you will claim losses from here because in income tax law, only taxable losses are allowed to carry forward. Which losses are not allowed to carry forward? Which losses are not allowed to carry forward? Exempt losses are not allowed. For example, if in this year you have a composite loss of 10 crore, is it possible? Tell me. So composite loss will also be segregated into two parts. 40% taxable loss, 60% exempt loss, and you can carry forward only how much? Only 40% of that. Exempt losses, exempt incomes are not taxable. So exempt losses are also not allowed to carry forward. So this 1 crore rupees which you are bringing from last year, correct? This is after doing 40-60. Are you clear or not? That is the reason I am reducing from 40% portion. Did you understand what I said? Please tell me. That you can only, that year the actual loss would have been divided by 40%, please. 1 crore divided by 40 comes to how much? Actual losses of that year would have been 2.5 crore. Are you clear? But you are only allowed to carry forward 40%. So that is the reason that 40% taxable loss I am reducing from the taxable income, not from the total income. Are you clear? This is the reason you have to follow this format. Now, this is the first part of this particular section. And this is going to be done in the previous year in which you wish to claim deduction. In our example, 25-26. Now we will go in future. Where is the money lying? Where is the money lying? How much? 2 crore in our example. Pay attention on the board, please. Now, entire discussion will revolve around this amount of 2 crore. Pay absolute attention, please. Now, this 2 crore rupees is lying with NABARD. Now, the government has not given you this deduction unconditionally. Okay. They have given you this deduction on a condition that you will withdraw this in future and you will use it for some specified purpose mentioned by the law. I did not tell you that you will get deduction only on deposit. I told you the expense will be incurred in future, correct or not? But the deduction can be claimed in the current year, but just by depositing the money, correct? So in future, I have to withdraw the money. Generally, NABARD has a lock-in period of 1 year. How much? 1 year. That lock-in is set by the NABARD laws. I don't know the lock-in. Income tax law does not have any lock-in. Okay. NABARD will not give you the money before 1 year in practical life. They have a lock-in of 1 year at least. Now, after 1 year, I need the money. Yes, you can withdraw the money and you can use it for the purpose specified by the law. You can use it for business and profession and other purpose. You can buy certain assets. Certain assets are prohibited also. I will give you the list of prohibited assets in a while. You can withdraw the money and you can use it for the purpose of your business, that is tea, coffee, rubber, whatever it is. But you want the money and you don't want to use it. What I said? You want the money, but you don't want to use it. Now you are breaking the promise. You have promised while claiming 2 crore rupees that I am depositing this money with a condition that I will withdraw the money in future and I will use it for the business. Now in the next year, you are saying that I want the money. I don't want to use it. NABARD is not going to give you the money. Okay. They are not going to give you the money if you are not going to use it. But in 5 exceptional cases, they will give you the money. 5. Out of that 5 exceptional cases, in 3 cases, when they give you the money, it is exempt. And in 2 cases, when they give you the money, it is taxable. Shall I say those 5 cases first? Tell me. Next year. Pay attention, please. Don't write anything. Everything is there in the book. 3 cases, it is. 2 cases, it is taxable. Listen carefully. There is a death of an assessee. What? Assessee is dead. So his family members are going to NABARD and asking for the money. Okay? Will NABARD give? Will it be taxable in the hands of the family members? Exempt. Second. Shall I say? There is a partition of HUF. The family business has been partitioned. You can go to NABARD and tell that our business has closed. Family has been partitioned. Please give us our money, which we have deposited 2 crore rupees last year. They will give you the money and it is exempt. Third. Shall I say? There is a liquidation of company. The company is liquidated. You can go and tell the NABARD people that the company has been liquidated. All the procedures of the liquidation has been completed. Please give us the money back. We want to give it to the shareholders. Correct? Exempt. There are 2 cases in which it is taxable. You are an individual and you are saying that we are closing our business. So if you are saying you are closing our business randomly, it will be taxable. And if you are saying that there is a dissolution of what? Form. They will give you the money. Give the proof of dissolution. Okay. Give the proof of closure of business. You are surrendering your GST certificate. You are surrendering your PAN, whatever it is. Okay. They will give you the money, but whatever money you will receive, that will be deemed income your hands. Now you will ask me, why 3 cases are exempt and 2 cases are taxable? These are easier to do. Okay. A person will not die because he want to make it exempt. Okay. Yes or no? Yes. A person will not close its company's years of efforts to make one item what? Exempt. Yes. It is well thoughtfully made. Okay. Just check these 5 points over there, please. I'm just reading this provision from the Barak to the extent which we have done so far, which is there in your chapter number 4. Okay. We have not completed the section. There are a lot of things still pending. Wait. There should be some doubts which should come to your mind at the end of the discussion, not now. Even if it is there now, you can ask me after some time. Eligibility for deduction. This section provides for deduction in computation of taxable profits in case of an assessee carrying on what? Business of growing and manufacturing tea, coffee or rubber in India. Okay. What is the quantum of deduction? How much deduction I am going to get? Let's read whatever you have done. It is the same thing which is written over here. It provides that where the assessee has, before the expiry of 6 months from the end of the previous year or before the due date of furnishing of return, whichever is earlier, correct? Deposited in NABARD any amount in special account maintained by the assessee in accordance with the scheme approved by tea board, coffee board and rubber board, as the case may be. Or if NABARD is not there, then deposited in any amount in any account to be known as deposit account opened by the assessee in accordance with the scheme framed by tea board, coffee board, rubber board, as the case may be. Herein referred as deposit scheme with previous approval of central government. Second point is talking about certain banks. The deduction will be equal to how much? A sum equal to aggregate of the deposit made or 40% of PGBP as computed under PGBP before making any deduction under this section, whichever is less, and it is written below. The above deduction will be allowed before setting off of what? Brought forward losses. We have written both of them together in the same bracket. Okay. So till here we have done it. Regarding that special case where you can withdraw, it is mentioned over here. You can check it from here. In 5 cases, the NABARD will release the money. You give these 5 excuses, they will release. Okay. But out of these 5 excuses, if you get the money, in 2 excuses, CBDT will come to you and they will ask for tax. In 3 cases, you can show it as an exempt income. Okay. Three exempt cases are something which in most of the cases will be genuine only. A person will not die to claim exemption. A person will not break his family just to claim what? Or neither he will liquidate his company to claim one exemption. Are you clear? But if he is an individual, then he can close his business and start another one. Yes or no? And dissolution of firm is also an easy task, not a very difficult task as compared to dying, partition and liquidation. Are you clear? Shall I go ahead? Pay attention. How much deduction we have claimed? Tell me. No, in amount. 2 crore rupees, correct? Now I want to withdraw that as money in future and I want to buy some assets for my business. You are free to do that, okay? But now the government is listing down some assets which are prohibited. You cannot buy those. If you buy those assets which are prohibited, then it will be deemed income. Okay. So which are those assets which we cannot buy? That is given in point number 4. Read. The amount withdrawn from NABARD should not be utilized for purchasing any prohibited assets like plant and machinery installed in an office or residential accommodation or office appliance not being computer. This is a list which is there in front of you. Now I am asking you, I am putting some names of some assets in front of you. You tell me it is allowed or not. Okay. I am withdrawing that 2 crore rupees. Pay attention over here. And I am buying. You can see an answer. It's okay as of now. Later on, we can, while recapping the things, we will close the book and recap. But right now, interpretation is more important than by hearting. Okay. I am buying. I am withdrawing that 2 crore rupees and buying land. Allowed? Tell me. Allowed. I am withdrawing that 2 crore rupees and buying second-hand plant and machinery. Allowed or not? Huh? No, it is not in office. It is not in residential accommodation. Second hand allowed? Sure. Not mentioned? Not mentioned. Don't get confused with additional depreciation. Okay. Where it is not allowed? In additional depreciation, it is not allowed. Here it is allowed. I am withdrawing the money and buying computer. Allowed? Yes, they have mentioned not computer. Okay. It means computers are allowed. Correct. I am withdrawing the money, buying a building. Allowed or not? Yes. I'm again coming back to my first example. I am withdrawing the money and buying a land. Okay. Now, this is the only case in the entire income tax law till the very last lecture where you are going to get deduction of land. If you want to buy a land in these businesses, never buy directly. Always deposit in NABARD, claim deduction, then withdraw the money and then buy a land. Otherwise, for land, is there any deduction? Is land depreciable? Have you claimed depreciation under section 32 on land? No. This you can do, which all the companies do also. All big companies do this only. If they want to buy any kind of land for their business, and land is a very important asset for them, where they will grow. Yes or no? They will grow on land only, na? If they want to buy any land, they do this process only. They deposit in NABARD, then there is a lock-in of 1 year. Okay, wait for 1 year, withdraw the money, buy a land, It is allowed asset. It is not prohibited. Is it clear? So this point is done now. Let's go ahead with the next point. Pay attention, please. I claimed 2 crore rupees deduction in 25-26. Pay attention on the board. Now on 15th of December 2027, I'm going to NABARD and I'm saying that I want that money. I want to use it for business. Okay. So NABARD people has given me the money. Now the law says that if you withdraw the money from NABARD, then you have to use it for some purposes of business. The question will arise, till when? Check this point. Till when? In the same previous year. It means I should withdraw and use this till when? Till 31st March 2028. If I do not use till this date, this 2 crore will become what? Tell me please. Deemed income. Okay. It will be added to your income of 2027-28. Previous year, you have to pay tax on that. Okay. So what all things I have said you so far? Still the things are not completed. After the deduction is claimed, next year onwards. First, I want the money. In 5 cases, they will give you directly. Okay. I hope you remember those 5 cases. 3 cases are, 2 are taxable. Second, if you want to buy an asset, can you withdraw and buy an asset? Except certain prohibited asset which are mentioned over here. Okay. The list is not similar to additional depreciation. Okay. Yes, some points are similar, but it is not exactly similar to additional depreciation. Is it clear? Third, if you withdraw the money, then, and if you are using it for your business purpose, you have to use it in the same financial year, or else it will become deemed income. Is it clear? One last thing, not last, second last thing. Pay attention on the board. On 15th of December 2027, जानी वो AC बना दो भाई. Withdrawn 2 crore rupees. 25 कर दो. ठीक है. I withdrawn 2 crore rupees on 15th of December 2027. This is the most intellectual point out of all of them. You have to think little bit over here, please. I withdrawn 2 crore rupees and in previous year 27-28, am I supposed to incur this till 31st March 2028? So I withdrawn this money and I paid salary to my employees. Okay. Or I paid rental of my business. Okay. Now these expenses pertain to which year? Previous year 27-28. Will I debit this to my books of accounts? Tell me fast. Now you think logically and tell me. Should I get this deduction or I should not get this deduction? You will not get this deduction. Okay. If you withdraw the money from here and do the expenditure as per the law, you are not doing any favor on anybody. Are you clear? You are just fulfilling your promise of incurring the expense for business. If you again get the deduction, then you will get dual benefit. Once when? Tell me. At the time of depositing in NABARD and once while actually incurring the expense. Are you clear? The expenditure shall not be allowed as deduction to you. Read this particular point number 3. Please don't talk. Is it clear? So there are 4 points which I have told you. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now one last point I would like to say, and then I will conclude few things. Pay attention on the board. Please don't talk, please. I am withdrawing 2 crore rupees and I am buying a land. Is it allowed? And then next day I am selling the land. So should there be some lock-in? 8 years you cannot sell. How many years? 8 years. Okay. If you sell within 8 years, that 2 crore will be deemed income. And then on sale of land, capital gains will be charged. Yes or no? That is very obvious. No? That is very natural that everybody has to pay capital gain tax on sale of land. So you also have to pay because you have sold, if you sold at profit. Okay. But 8 years lock-in, there are 2 exceptions. If you sell to government, home or local authority or home, it is allowed. You can sell within 8 years, no deemed income. Okay. Are you clear? One more exception for 8 years. You are a partnership firm and you are converting that into a company. And all the assets and liabilities are going from there year to there. Year to there means from firm to company, and all the partners are also going and becoming what? Shareholder. Then also it is exempt. 8-year lock-in is not applicable for you. Okay. Read the last paragraph. Now listen carefully. There are a lot of things still I have to discuss with you all. Wait. At the end of the discussion, you will not have any doubts. Okay. Let me complete. I withdraw 2 lakh rupees after 3-4 years. I bought a prohibited asset. I bought a plant and machinery for office. Is it allowed? Tell me whether 2 crore will be deemed income. I will add to my income. Then from that also I will claim 40-60. Are you clear? It means only 40% of 2 crore will become deemed income. That is the reason everywhere in the deemed income bracket it is written, see, what? Only 40%, 35% and 25% will be taxable when it becomes deemed income. Check it please. Are you clear? Sir, when 40, when 25, when 35? Let's see that also. Let's resolve that also now today first. And then we will come back to the discussion again. 40 it is what? 40, what is the percentage? 40% business, taxable, 60% agriculture. For rubber it is 35% taxable, 65% exempt. But for coffee, depends upon what kind of coffee it is. Okay. Normal or some more processed coffee. Okay. If it is a normal coffee which is grown and then just sent to the manufacturing factory and little bit processing is done, then the business income is also less because the processing is less. Correct? 75% agriculture. But if the coffee is grown, cured, roasted, mixed with certain other items like a Starbucks coffee, which is very expensive, correct? So 40% will be what? Tell me. Taxable, and 60% will be what? Exempt in this case. Is it clear? So they will give you very clearly in the exam. Okay. Whether it is a very processed coffee or whether it is a normal coffee. Okay. Accordingly, you can take 25% or 40%. For tea and coffee, there is no multiple variety. There is only one case, 40, 60, 35, 65. Now coming back to the discussion once again. At multiple places, there are deemed incomes. Okay. Can you please tell me in which all cases you will be liable for deemed income in future and you will be liable for tax in that case? First, if you close your business, correct, and withdraw the money. Yes. Or if there is a dissolution of firm and we withdraw the money, at that time there is a deemed income. We are trying to note down all the violations that we can make. Prohibited asset you are buying. Okay. Then you are withdrawing and not using the money in the same financial year for specified purpose, correct? Then you are withdrawing, you are buying asset and you are selling within 8 years unless you are coming into that exception. Okay. What are those exceptions? If you sell to government or local authority, or if there is a succession of a firm into a company. Okay. Come to the textbook. There are few things which I need to ask you all, which I need to explain obviously, but in the form of a question we are raising that. Read this paragraph very carefully, which I am going to tell you now, which we have done also from the color book, but let's read from the act itself, directly from the act. Have you read? Now, if you have any question, ask me. Please ask, or else I will ask. Not only with respect to this paragraph, with respect to entire section. Yes, please. Yeah. If it exceeds 2 crores. Okay, it is more than 40%. Okay. He has asked a question which generally students ask me. What was our composite income? 10 crore. Okay. Now he has asked me, we have deposited 2 crore, correct? So we are claiming deduction of how much? 2 crore. What if we deposit more than 4 crore? That is your question? See, practically speaking, nobody will do that. I'll tell you why. When you have to deposit? Tell me na, time limit. Time limit, time limit. You have the time after the year also? Why you will unnecessarily block your money beyond 40%? Tell me in NABARD. Tell me. Will you? No. Even if you do, let's assume if you do, then the deemed income will also be proportionate. Okay. So if you are depositing 6 crore, only 66 2/3. Did you understand how did I get 66 2/3? He is depositing 6 crore, correct? Deduction is 4 crore. So deemed income will also be 4/6. Are you clear? But in practical life, beta, nobody will do that. Okay. I don't want to block my money unnecessarily in what? NABARD. I will decide at the end of the year what is my income. Then I will take 40% of that. And only that much I will deposit in NABARD. Are you clear? I will not unnecessarily put over there. Okay. Because NABARD will not give me any great amount of interest. Yes, they give you interest. Okay. Now another question will come. Yes. What will be the treatment of that interest? Tell me what will be the treatment of that interest? Tell me. Tell me now. It will be PGBP income. Okay. You have not deposited in NABARD with an intention of earning interest. You have deposited with an intention of taking benefit in business. Are you clear or not? That will go as a PGBP income. Okay. But a good question. Okay. Which many other people might also be coming across. My ultimate answer again will be practically nobody will do. Even if you do, NABARD will not stop you to make payment of more than 40%. If you do, and if you withdraw 6 crore and do not utilize, only 4 crore will be deemed income. Are you clear? Entire 6 crore will not be deemed income because deduction was also 4 crore only. Deemed income cannot be more than your deductions. Okay. Any other question you want to ask or else I will ask? Excellent. That is the question that I was waiting for. I withdraw the money from NABARD 2 crore rupees. Tell me. I bought a computer. What? Allowed? Tell me. Will I get the depreciation on that computer? Did you understand the question, all of you, first of all? If he would have not asked, then that was the question that I was waiting for. I have no other question after this. I have one more question after this. Just one more, which is related to this only. But let you answer this question first, or else I will answer. What will happen with depreciation? Tell me, will I be eligible for depreciation? Allowed? Why? All those who are saying allowed, they will say, then, sir, the others will say, sir, it will be double benefit. Yes? Read this paragraph. That's the reason I made you read this paragraph is because of his question only. I knew somebody will ask this question definitely. That is the reason I told you to read this paragraph in advance. Read it once again. Have you read it? Now, what is written in this paragraph is, I will read with you all. Wherever it is required, I will underline. Where any amount standing to the credit of assessee in the special account or deposit account. How much amount is standing to the credit of the deposit account? 2 crore is utilized by assessee for the purpose of any expenditure. Any expenditure in connection with such business, then such expenditure shall not be allowed as deduction. Okay. I withdraw 2 crore rupees, and with the help of that 2 crore rupees, I incurred expenditure of salary. Will I get the deduction of salary? Louder. I incurred rental. Will I get the deduction of rental? I purchased a computer. Now I want to claim normal depreciation of that computer. Is that an expenditure? Is depreciation an expenditure? That is a simple accounting question I am asking you all. Your CA foundation will be at stake, please. Is depreciation an expenditure? It is not an expense. It's an allowance given by the government. What it is? The moral of the story, you can claim depreciation on the asset by withdrawing the money from NABARD. Companies are doing so. Are you clear? It is nowhere written in the entire section. You can go home and read all the 10, 11, 12 points, whatever you want to read. Okay. It is nowhere written. Did you understand what I said? Now, this point is not mentioned in your study material also, but it is my duty to explain you because this doubt will come to your mind. If not today, if after 10 days, 15 days, it will come to your mind. So, one more doubt is there in my mind. Is there anyone who wants to ask any other question? Or else I will ask. Shall I? Madam, shall I ask? Shall I ask? Please, all of you. Is the assessee engaged in manufacturing? Yes. Listen, now it is clicked that what he is going to ask. Let me frame the question properly. If the paper is going to be extreme paper now, then they will start to ask these things. Like yesterday, their CA final direct tax paper was there. You will not tell me yesterday which paper was there? Nepal students. Okay. Yesterday paper was there for Nepal students. First week of September, they were not able to give because there was some protest which was going on in Nepal. Yes. The paper which came for our India, that was a very reasonable paper. But the paper which yesterday came, altogether different. The format was absolutely changed. Nepal students they only sent me the paper. Sir, very unfair to all of us. So this is a sign for us also that they can change the format at any point of time. You have to be ready from every angle. The question which they used to ask in first question, they have asked in third question. The question which they used to ask in third question, they have asked in seventh question. TDS chapter, a small topic, they ask for 20 marks. 20 marks, which generally come for 6 to 8 marks, not more than that. They have changed the entire pattern. So if they want to ask one difficult paper, at that point of time, all these small points might matter to you. So my last question to all of you, which you have realized what I'm going to ask. I withdraw 2 crore rupees from NABARD and I bought a new plant and machinery. What? Will I get normal depreciation? Yes. Will I get additional depreciation? The answer is no. Why? Listen to me. Because in the section of additional depreciation, it is written, if we have already claimed the entire cost of the asset somewhere, then you cannot claim additional depreciation. Have you heard this somewhere? Please tell me. But for normal depreciation, there is no condition like this. Are you clear or not? For additional depreciation, there is a condition. Now go behind and see. This is income tax at its best. It is the whole of the actual cost of which is allowed as deduction by way of depreciation or otherwise. Is it allowed otherwise? In the form of 33AB, please tell me. You cannot claim what? Additional depreciation. Are you clear? Now, there are two questions over here. I want you all to please get me the answer of these two questions. In the meanwhile, if any further doubts are there to you, you can definitely ask me. But get me the answer of these two questions first. Page number 4.3. Similar question will come in the exam for you all. Tell me please. What will be the first thing that you will write over here? Tell me please, don't talk. Last bench, please here. Last bench, please here. Here. What will be the composite income? From that, what you will reduce first? Huh? 60 lakhs or 40% of PGBP, whichever is lower. So that comes to how much? Final amount after that, 140. Then you will do what? You will reduce loss first or you will proportionate? 40% taxable, correct? Reduce 12 lakhs loss, 44 lakh taxable. Are you clear? The format will remain same only, no matter whatever they want to ask, they will give you the same question with the difference in number. That's it. Or max to max, they will change the product. Instead of tea, they will put coffee or rubber, whatever it is. Now, next question. How much you have withdrawn? How much you have deposited, sorry, in NABARD? Now we have withdrawn 20 lakhs. How much? And you have used as follows. Check and tell me which you have used properly and which you have not used properly. Wherever you have not used properly, it will be deemed income. Correct? Check it, please. All three of them one by one. We'll discuss all three of them together. $20 lakh you have withdrawn from NABARD. Which date you have withdrawn? This is which financial year? 26-27 you are withdrawing and then you are incurring 5 lakh for meeting and expenditure as per the scheme. So what will happen? No deemed income, correct? But this expenditure cannot be allowed to you. Yes or no? That was already allowed while depositing. Yes, dual benefit is there in case of what? In case of depreciation. Yes. They should have mentioned what? That you will not get the deduction of any expense or any allowance. If they would have mentioned such words over there, I would have not taken the depreciation deduction also. Correct? So there is a fundamental rule. If in the income tax law, wherever the law is not stopping you to take dual deduction, it is your right to take it. Are you clear? Wherever they don't want to give you deduction 2 times, they will specifically mention in the law. Okay. In case they miss out somewhere, then you take that as an advantage. Okay. Don't be under an impression that income tax law does not contain mistakes. There are hundreds of mistakes that I will show you over the period of time. Okay. In our batch itself. So far it has not come. But it does not mean that it will not come. Hundreds of silly mistakes also. And conceptual mistakes also, which I have told many times earlier and then they have amended in the subsequent years. So we will see. Today also there are a lot of mistakes in the income tax law. We will talk about that sometime later. The point I am trying to say, if there is a dual benefit and the law is not speaking anything to stop that, you can claim both of them. Second case, you have incurred 6 lakh rupees, but you have been late, correct? You should have done till March. Deemed income, correct? And the third, you are not incurring the expenditure as per the scheme specified by the board. So in that case also there will be what? A deemed income. Okay. So this is what this beautiful deduction is all about. We'll just have one final recap of this before. So this deduction of 33AB is available to whom? Assessee engaged in growing and manufacturing tea, coffee or rubber, any of the three products in India. Is there any restriction in the nature of entity? Company will be available. Firm will be available. No, everybody can claim. Even individuals can claim. Yes, there is no restriction on the nature of assessee. The nature of assessee restriction has come how many times so far? Family planning section and one more section today. Cooperative society, but that is not very important. That you forget also, that is okay. Family planning section is important, which is only available to companies. Okay. So I want the deduction. What shall I do? Where shall I go? And what shall I do? And till when I should go NABARD? Within 6 months from the end of the previous year, or now one more thing I would like to just give you as an information, that this previous year and assessment year we are learning for the last time in our life. Okay. I hope you might be knowing that in the new taxation law, there is no concept of previous year and assessment year. There will be only 1 year, that is the tax year. They have replaced that with a different word. Okay. The concept of previous year and assessment year is removed from next year onwards. Okay. From 26, 27. Anyways, so we have to go to the NABARD till 6 months or before the due date of filing the return, whichever is earlier. How much deduction I will get? Amount deposited in the NABARD or 40% of PGBP, whichever is lower. And while computing the deduction, what should be the order in which you will composite income, then deduction, then apply rule 8, rule 7A, rule 7B, segregate the income, and then reduce the losses at the end. Okay. And then if tax computation is asked, compute the tax. Next comes what? Next comes the financial year has completed. Now in future, what can happen? You can. Now I want to withdraw the money, but I don't want to use it for any specific purpose. I want to withdraw. Listen my question. I want to withdraw. But I am saying that I will not be able to use that for any purpose. Because my company is liquidated. Can I withdraw? What will be the treatment? Exempt. What if I die? What if I close the business? What if I dissolve the firm? What if I partition of the HUF? Exempt. In these cases, 5 cases, they will release the money at least. Okay, without asking you much question. Now, if I am withdrawing and buying a computer, is that okay? If I am withdrawing and buying a refrigerator for my MD's office, is that okay? No. Which assets are prohibited here? Plant and machinery used in office or residential accommodation, etc. Correct? Not being computer. Okay. Second-hand plant and machinery will be allowed. In fact, that is allowed. Now, if I withdraw the money, I have to use till what? Same financial year. If I withdraw the money, now one very minute thing that I would like to tell. I would not tell you to remember this, because if I start to say you remembering such minute things, then it would be very difficult for you to cope up with the subject. But it is my duty to tell you once. Then it is your choice. You want to remember, you remember. Don't want to remember, don't remember. Okay. If it comes in exam, then you will blame me. He has not taught us. If you buy an asset which is allowed, like land is allowed. I bought today. Okay. Today, just take today's date in your mind, whatever it is. Okay. Now, what is the lock-in in that? But nobody asked me 8 years from where. Nobody asked me 8 years from. Read. From today or from 31st March? 31st March. Okay. Now it is very difficult to remember such minute things. That's what I am saying. Institute has not tested, luckily, so far the provision so minutely. But it is my duty to say that here it is from. Some provisions will come tomorrow, where it is written from the beginning of the year. Some provisions will come tomorrow, where it is said from today, from date of purchase. Are you clear? So I have told you there are three possibilities, and all three of them are mentioned in the law in different sections. Are you clear? I will also recommend you not to remember to such an extent. Not possible also. Yes or no? But at least for the sake of safety, I am telling you, a year it is from the end of the financial year. 8 years will be counted. Okay. This financial year you have to ignore. Is it clear? Then comes the rule 8, rule 7a, rule 7b. Percentages you have to remember. For tea, coffee and rubber, I hope you remember the percentages. For rubber it is 35-65. You have to be very careful in the exam. What happened once in the exam, the ICI has asked same to same question from the study material. Same. Numbers were also same. So every student was by-hearted with the answers also. But they changed the nature of product from tea to rubber. Student came and told me, sir, same answer we got. I said, obviously your answer is wrong. You have computed as per 40-60. You have to compute as per 35 and 65. Your answer cannot match in this case. Your entire answer will go wrong because of one ignorance. You have to be very careful. You will realize all these things when we will start the questions. Okay. Learning and listening my lecture is a different aspect. But when you will do questions with me, that time real income tax, you will feel, yes, this is the most important session. But right now, to do those questions, we need to, first of all, know the concept in deep. That's what we are trying to do. So we'll start. Now, the next section is exactly similar to this with the change in the nature of business. Apart from that, the deduction is almost same only. But as far as academic is considered, this is more important for exam than the next one. Now, what is the next one? 33 ABA Site Restoration Fund. Now, what do I mean by this? Pay attention. If you are engaged in the business of prospecting, extraction or production of petrol or natural gas in India, then you are eligible for this deduction. So with respect to petrol and natural gas, we have to do either of the three activity. One is called as prospecting. Prospecting means to find out whether at a particular place, whether we will get petrol or not. Okay. So we have to dig inside, we have to see whether there will be petrol or not. That is an activity of prospecting. After we know that this is the place where we can get petrol or natural gas, then we will go and extract. We will take it out. That obviously will be in the crude format. We cannot directly use for any purpose. So we have to send it to the factory and we have to refine it, make it usable. And that activity will be called as production of petrol and natural gas. So if you are engaged in prospecting or extraction, or production of natural gas or petrol in India, then you are eligible for a similar deduction which you have done in the morning. That is, you have to deposit some money, then you have to withdraw, then you have to use in future. Okay. Few minor changes will obviously be there. In the previous section, it was related to agriculture. So we used to deposit in NABARD, correct? Now oil and natural gas and petrol has nothing to do with NABARD, correct? So here you are going to deposit where? SBI. You are going to deposit with SBI. Go to SBI and open an account under 33 ABA. The time limit over here is also slightly stricter as compared to previous section. In the previous section, we had a time till 6 months. Here you have to go before the end of the previous year. That is, you have to go till 31st March 2026 itself. The quantum of deduction is also slightly lower. There it was how much? 40% of PGBP before this deduction and before losses. Here it is 20% of PGBP. Okay. So minor changes are there, but the deduction is same only. In future, whatever provisions we have done over there are exactly copy pasted here also. All of them. If you want, I will repeat once again. In 5 cases, you can withdraw. Out of that, 3 is exempt. 2 are taxable. Same. When you withdraw, you cannot buy prohibited assets. The prohibited asset list is same. When you withdraw, you have to use it within the same financial year. Once you withdraw, and if you incur an expense, then the expenditure will not be allowed as deduction. Are you clear? Once you withdraw and buy an asset, then you have to hold that asset for a period of 8 years from the end of the previous year. Okay. If you sell within 8 years, all those deemed income provisions will be applied on you. The same 2 exceptions are here also. If you sell to government or local authority, it is allowed within 8 years also. If you convert your firm into a company within 8 years, that is also allowed. So rest all provisions are same. They have never ever asked this provision in exam. They have always tested 33AB. The reason is very simple. A student makes mistake only because of 40-60. If the sum is very straightforward, okay, then there is no chance of making any mistake. Yes or no? The real mistake will arise where if you don't know exactly when to do 40-60. Are you clear? In this, there is no concept of 40-60. If the income is 100, first remove the deduction. Are you clear? Then remove the loss. That's it. Are you clear? Or first remove the loss or then remove the deduction. It doesn't matter whichever way you do. The answer will come to same only. Because here there is no concept of partially agriculture and partially taxable income. So that's the reason institute never ever have tested this particular section in the exam. But no, nevertheless, they might ask you for 1 or 2 marks in the MCQ. You have to be very careful that there are some minor changes between this section and the previous section. Now we will move ahead towards our next important section, which you would have done in your CA Inter also. But in CA Final also, it is there in great detail, more than what you have done in CA Inter. There are very few sector-wise deduction which you have done in CA Inter. The next one is one amongst them, that is scientific research deduction. So we will talk about this scientific research deduction now in detail. There are 7 sections the government has made over here in section 35 for scientific research. 7. I'll just write down those 7 sections first. Section 35, subsection 1, clause 1. Section 35, subsection 1, clause 4. The third section is section 35, subsection 2AB. The fourth section is section 35, subsection 1, clause 2. Section 35, subsection 1, clause 3. Section 35, subsection 2AA. and section 35 subsection 1 clause 2a. So like that, there are 7 sections which we need to do one by one. We are not in a hurry. We will do all of them very patiently. It is a big section. I have to speak a lot over here. Now, first of all, I would like to say why I have divided all the sections like this. I'm making one line, then I'm writing few sections above, few sections below. In above also, 2 sections I have written in black color, one I have written in blue color. There is some differentiation. That is the reason I have done it. Okay. First of all, let me tell you the sections which I have put on the top and the sections which I have put on the bottom. What is the difference between the 2 sections? The one which are kept at the top, these 3 sections are available to those assessees who are engaged in scientific research themselves. It means scientific research is a part and parcel of their business itself. For example, I am a pharma company. Will I do research and development or not? Am I doing for other or myself? Myself only. I have a separate R&D department, correct? For example, I am Tata Motors. Will I do R&D or not? For making new cars, etc. I have to do, correct? So if scientific research is a part of your business, there is a separate research and development department in your business, and you have to incur a lot of expenses over there. Capital expenses, revenue expenses, you have to pay salary to your scientist, etc. You have to make infrastructure, etc. All those expenditures will be allowed in the above 3 sections. Now, what are the below 4 sections? The below 4 sections are where you don't wish to do scientific research. So you are donating the money to some other institutions, association, colleges, universities, companies who are engaged in what? Tell me. Scientific research. These are approved institutions, approved colleges, approved universities to whom you are giving donations. You are contributing them and they will take up the scientific research work and you will give the donation. We will give you deduction. Are you clear? So the below 4 sections are all about donations. The above 3 sections are all about incurring expenses yourself. Now, in the above 3 sections also, I have categorized into 2 parts. These 2 I have written separately, and the third one I have written separately with a different color. So I'll tell you the differentiation between both of them also. The similarity between both of them is, which I have told you, in both the cases, you are incurring for your business. You have a separate R&D department, but what is the difference? The difference is, in the first 2 sections, the deduction is available to all assessees. All means individual HUF, firm, AOP, BOI, company, LLP, if you are engaged in scientific research. But the third one is only available to companies. Which assessee? Company. Now, this is the second section in our syllabus so far, where the deduction is available to company. The first one, I hope you remember, correct? Family planning deduction. So, we will go in the order. First, we are going to do these 2 sections. Then we'll talk about this. And then we will talk about the donation part. So first I am doing these 2 sections. I am taking one example in front of you all. Pay absolute attention, all of you. Suppose this is financial year 22-23. And there is one person, say by the name Mr. A. He has become a doctor, for example. He has cleared his exams. Now say for example, he wished to not practice as a doctor. As of now, he wants to do some research and development and he wants to develop some medicine. Okay. So he is thinking of developing some medicine, etc. You consider this as a company. Okay. I am considering this as a small person, Mr. A. So there is a small person who wishes to make some medicines, etc. He wants to invent something. For that, he knows that it will take 2-3 years for him to do this research. He is very patient about it. So he is purchasing a land, small piece of land of say around 10 lakh rupees. On that, he is constructing some small place as a building of 10 lakh rupees. In that, he has taken some machinery for research and development of 5 lakh rupees. He is also paying some salary to few people with him, 4 lakh rupees. He is also purchasing some raw material of 5 lakh rupees for making the medicines. Okay. So with the help of all these limited resources of 25-30 lakh rupees, he has started his research and development to make one medicine. Now 1 year has gone by, the medicine is not ready. He knows that it will take some time. Let's go to the second year. He is continue to do his work. In the next year, he has purchased some furniture, say of 5 lakh rupees. He has purchased some more raw material of 6 lakh rupees. He is paying some salary to the employees of 6 lakh rupees. He is buying some new plant and machineries. Maybe the old one is not that productive enough, of 5 lakh rupees more. Again, say for example, the research is not yet completed. Now he is continuing his work for the third year. Again, he is buying some raw material of 5 lakh rupees. He is buying some plant and machinery of 10 lakh rupees. He is paying some salary of 10 lakh rupees to the employees. Okay. Now suppose after 3 years, his research is completed and he feels that the medicine which he has made is absolutely fine. Now, just because you feel the medicine is fine, it is not possible to sell in the market. It's a regulatory authority. It's a regulated product. You have to send that medicine to the government, to the DG, Director General of Medical. They will check, etc., whether it is valid or not. Then they will tell you, yes, it is valid. Then you can what? Make a company and you can sell it. So suppose all those processes completed, his product is approved by the government. Now he is ready to sell. Okay. Now say for example, from 1st of April 2025, he has what? He has commenced his what? Business. He has made a company or he has made a firm or he wishes to continue as an individual only. Okay, whatever his wish. It doesn't matter. Now obviously he will start to generate what now? Revenue. Okay. Till the time the research was completed, was he generating any revenue? Obviously no. Because the product itself is not ready. How will he generate the revenue? For revenue to generate, you need to have a product first. So now the government says that we will give you deduction in the year of commencement of business. Okay. In whichever year you will commence the business, in that year you come to us, we will give you the deduction. And they have divided all the deductions into two categories. Section 35, subsection 1, clause 1. Section 35, subsection 1, clause 4. Sir, what's the difference? 35, subsection 1, clause 1 talks about revenue expenses. And 35, subsection 1, clause 4 talks about what? Capital expenses. Okay. So first of all, we will divide all the expenses into two categories, revenue and capital. I'll just try to highlight all the capital expenses first with a different color. So this is capital, 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 this is capital. Is it clear? Then I will highlight all the revenue expenses with a different color. All the revenue expenses I am highlighting with this color. Okay. So the law says that segregate all the expenses into revenue and capital. The expenditure of revenue nature will be allowed under 35 subsection 1 clause 1 and the expenditure of capital nature will be allowed under 35 subsection 1 clause 4. Let's talk about revenue first and then we will talk about capital. For revenue expenses, the law says that all those revenue expenses in the nature of salary, in the nature of raw material, excluding the perquisites. Excluding what? Perquisites will not be allowed. Salary, raw material, excluding perquisite, incurred 3 years, within 3 years prior to the date of commencement of business. Okay. So if I am commencing the business today, so from today, go back 3 years, check which salary expenses you have incurred for research and development. Check which raw material expenses you have incurred for research and development, excluding the perquisite. So the pre-commencement deductions are allowed to the extent of how much time? 3 years. So in revenue expense, you will get what? Pre-commencement deduction for last 3 years in the form of salary, in the form of raw material, excluding perks. Sir, what about the expenditure incurred prior to 3 years? Lapse. You will not get that deduction. Okay. You have to complete the research within 3 years. If you have taken 5 years to complete the research, then we are sorry for the first 2 years. Okay. For the first 2 years, you are not going to get the deduction. The business has started. Even after the business has started, will the company continue to do the research? Tell me. Yes, Tata Motors, even today they do the research. Cipla, while making the medicines, or Ranbaxy while making the medicines, even today they make the what? Research and development expenses. So even in post commencement, you will get the deduction. In post commencement, you will get any revenue expense which you incur for what purpose? Research and development. All of them. In pre-commencement also you will get 100% deduction. In post-commencement also you will get 100% of your expense you can claim as a deduction. Now the benefit is this. This is a benefit. That all your revenue expenses like salary, raw material, salary, all of them you will claim in the first year in 2025-26 as your expense. All of them. Along with that, whatever extra expenses which you have incurred in 25-26 also, okay, to continue your research, that will also be allowed as a deduction, okay. Sir, what about capital expenditure? Capital expenditure also allowed for last how many years? Last 3 years. But only one capital expenditure is not allowed to you, and that is land. So I am striking off land, okay. Apart from that, listen carefully. Whatever capital expenditure you have incurred for research and development, whether it is plant, machinery, furniture, building, irrespective of the amount, 1 crore, 2 crore, 100 crore, 500 crore, 1000 crore, everything will be allowed to you except land. Everything you claim 100% in 1 year itself. That's it. Everything will be allowed in 1 year itself. In the year of commencement, 100%. So this 10 lakh you claim 100% deduction. This 10 lakh, this 5 lakh you claim 100% deduction. This 100%, this 100%, this 100%. Everything you claim in the first year itself 100% deduction except land. In post also, even today, if Cipla, Ranbaxy, Tata Motors, Mahindra, whatever company, Infosys do research and development, and if they incur any capital expenditure even today except land, except all other expenditure will be subject to what? 100% deduction of capital expenditure even today. So this is one of the benefit which you will never ever get for normal assessee. Normal assessee gets what? Tell me. Max to max additional depreciation. Yes or no? But in any of the cases, you have not seen that you are depreciating your 100% asset in 1 year. Are you clear or not? That is only available to scientific research assessees. Now, it is obvious that if you are claiming 100% deduction of your plant, machinery, furniture and building, please don't ask for depreciation. Now, I would like to ask you something which I have told you in the morning. What do you feel? Is it written in the law that you cannot claim depreciation? I have told you something related to this in the morning. Is it written in the law that you cannot claim depreciation on these assets? Yes, it is written. If it would have not been written, then I can claim both the benefits also. Are you clear? So wherever the law does not want to give you dual benefit, they have to mention it. Are you clear? They have very clearly written in section 35 by putting a proviso that once a deduction has been claimed under this section, then no depreciation under section 32 shall be allowed. Okay. Very clearly they have written. You cannot claim both the benefits together. Okay. One last thing before I stop at the first two sections. Please tell me one common sense question. If you are going to get so many deductions in 1 year itself, are you going to earn so much revenue in first year? Obviously no. You are claiming 100% of your capital expenditure, correct? There is no business in this world which can give you payback in 1 year itself. Yes, you cannot get your recover your entire capital expenditure in 1 year. Obviously, in taxation, you will be incurring what? Losses. Yes or no? So listen carefully. What I am highlighting, see it carefully. If a loss is coming because of this, what is this? If a loss is coming because of capital expenditure of scientific research, correct? Then it is treated as UAD. It is treated as what? Unabsorbed depreciation. It means this loss will be carry forward for infinite number of years and it will be set off against any income except salary. Now I will tell you this is the last item in the fourth lecture itself. This is the last item in our entire syllabus which is treated like UAD. Okay. So we will conclude this today itself. In all, only 3 items are treated like UAD. First, the depreciation itself. Correct. Second, capital expenditure of family planning. And third, capital expenditure of scientific research. Are you clear? From here onwards, till last lecture, if any other loss is coming, okay, they will not get this special treatment. Are you clear? They will not be specially treated like this. I hope it is clear to all of you. Now you can come to our book and you can check the first 2 sections only, which is given over here in the form of a tabular format. Page number 1.16, year. And here itself in the bracket, I want you all to write down here. Similar to capital expenditure of family planning also. (35) subsection 1 clause 1 revenue expense 100% only last 3 years. Recommencement salary excluding perquisite purchase of raw material 100% reduction. Post commencement any revenue expense 100% reduction. 35 subsection 1 clause 4 capital expenditure 100% reduction. Recommencement any asset except land last 3 years 100%. Post commencement also any asset except land 100%. Land is never ever allowed as deduction under any provision of the income tax law. Except one. I don't want to say. Okay. Except. Yes. Which we have seen in the morning or not? Yes. No deduction of depreciation shall be allowed. Forget about depreciation. You are already taking your 100% deduction. Unabsorbed capex will be treated like UAD. Okay. Now, if you just want to write for the sake of your better understanding, you can write down over here available to. If nothing is meant, if assassi word is written, it means all, na? Tell me. But still, let's put an emphasis on this word available to all assassis, including company also. These 2 sections are available to everybody, individual HUF firm, AOP, BOI, company, LLP, firm, whatever you want to say. Every kind of assessee can claim this. Now this third section, pay attention please all of you. This third one has become little bit redundant in today's time. I'll tell you why. Yes, it is important for exam, no doubt, but practically it is not much relevant today. I'll tell you why. But let me first explain what is this section all about. Section 35 2AB. If you want to claim this deduction, you have to fulfill lot of conditions. Lot of conditions. I am telling you one by one all the conditions. See on the board, please. First condition, you need to be a company. This deduction is only available for whom? Only to companies, not to other associates. Okay. Second, this is available if you are engaged in manufacturing of any article or thing, but they are putting an exception now. Except 11th schedule items. Now you will ask me what is 11 schedule items, okay? After 298 sections are over in the income tax law, there are 14 schedules attached in the law. I will show you just now by opening the website. Different schedules talk about different kind of provisions. One of the schedule talks about some related to some insurance business. One of the schedule talks about some other aspect. Out of that, 11 schedule talks about certain items. There are 29 items mentioned in 11 schedule. Okay. The law is saying that you should not manufacture those 29 items. You manufacture anything in this world except those 29 items. Now, if you go and see those 29 items, those are not very important items for our day-to-day life. Like, for example, that covers some alcohol, tobacco, cameras. Then it covers, for example, cosmetic products. Okay. So, all these products are not which are necessity in nature. So, for manufacturer of such products which are not a day-to-day necessity, those are excluded from here. Okay, I'll show you the list also, not relevant to remember the list. The list is not there in your study material also. But we as a student, we need to see what is that list, okay, at least once. So you manufacture any product. Any product. That is the reason while teaching the provision of additional depreciation, I deliberately asked you, is it okay if I manufacture alcohol? Did I ask you or not? What did you say at that point of time? Yes, there was no exclusion. Yes or no? But here there is. Are you clear? You manufacture any product except 11 schedule items in which there are maximum 29 items which are mentioned. Okay. Don't make those products. If you make those products, you will be out of this section. You will not be eligible for this section. So then what shall I do if I do not come under this section? Go to the previous two sections. Okay. Are those two sections open for every kind of assessee? Tell me. Yes, that is open for every kind of scientific research assessee, including companies. Yes or no? So you don't have to worry. If you don't come over here, go to the previous section. That's it. So you should be engaged in any article or thing except these 29 items, which we will see just now. Or you should be engaged in biotechnology business. So what is this business? Biotechnology. These business is generally done by pharma companies. They make use some microorganism to make some medicines and all. So you should be engaged in any article or thing, or you should be engaged in biotechnology business except these 29 items. What else, sir? What else as a condition I have to fulfill? There are a lot of conditions as I've told you to come under this section, third section. Third condition. You have to do in-house research. What do I mean by this? You cannot outsource your research to anybody. Okay. You have to do yourself. Everything has to be done yourself. You cannot outsource. There has to be an agreement with central government. You have to go and talk to central government, have an agreement with them. That agreement should be approved by the central government that you are eligible for this section. The conditions are not over. You will not get deduction for land. You will not get deduction for building. Land and building is not covered in this section. See, for land, you will not get deduction anywhere else also, but for building, you can do one thing. You can go to previous section, 35 subsection 1 clause 4, and you can claim 100% deduction over there. Okay. Rest all expenses, you can claim all revenue and capital expense, you can claim in this section 35 to AB. What is so special in this section? They are putting so many conditions. You will come to know in some time what is so special in this section. This section only covers post-commencement deduction. This does not cover what? Pre-commencement. So again, you can go to the previous two section and claim pre-commencement, and for post-commencement, you come over here. Are you clear? If you fulfill all these conditions, you will get any revenue and capital expenditure 100% deduction. Okay. Now, the moment I see this 100% deduction, my mood is off. The moment I see this, I will raise question to myself only. Forget about you all. That what is the difference between this section and the previous section? No difference. Okay. Then what is the use of learning this section? It's of no use. As I've told you, it has become redundant in today's time. Yes. 4 years back, it was relevant. And 8 years back, it was very much relevant. I'll tell you why. 4 years back, before 2021, this section used to say, we will give you 150% deduction. How much? How much? Now, does this section make relevance to you? If it is 150%, does it make relevance? It means you incur 100 rupees. You claim deduction of 150. Are you clear? 8 years back, it was 200%. How much? You incur 100, we will give you 200. I'll show you from the Bare Act. Wait. You incur 100, we will give you 200. But the government of India, in today's time, there is not a single section in the entire income tax law where they will give you more than 100. Around 5 years back, there were around 10 to 12 sections where we used to get more than 100% deduction. At that point of time, this section was having some relevance. Now today, even after fulfilling so many conditions, I have to get the same deduction which I am going to get where? 35, 11 and 14. Yes. Why will I put so much effort? Yes. But there are beneficiaries of this section before 2017. Tata Motors have claimed deduction under this section of 200%. Ashok Leyland has claimed deduction of 200% in this section. They went to the central government. They said that we are manufacturing motor vehicle. We are trying to do some research and development and make some special kind of motor vehicle which will increase the life of the motor vehicle by 5 to 10 years, and we will export this. The government has given them an agreement. The government approved their agreement, and Tata Motors claimed 200% deduction under this section. But after 2017 or 18, I guess they made it 150%, and after 2021, they made it what? They just said now the deduction will be restricted to the expense incurred. Are you clear? What does that mean? That means 100%. Okay, I'll show you. There are two things that I have to show you over here. First, we will see the 11th schedule just for the sake of our knowledge. Nobody is going to ask you. The 11th schedule list is not there in your study material also. But I had to show you that after the Income Tax Act, there are 14th schedule which are there just after the income tax law. Where shall I go first? Schedules. For that, I'll go at the end. Okay. At the end of the 298 sections, I have went to the last page. The last page is what? We want which one? 11 schedules. So we will go to the 11 schedule and see the list of articles over there. In practical life, if some big client come to you, you have to do all this research. Okay. A client will come to you with an objective of what? Payment of tax or saving of tax? Obviously, we need to find out all the means to save his tax. So these are the 29 items which are relevant for us. List of articles. Can you see? Shall I further scroll? Zoom it. That's okay now. What is this? Is this any of them is necessary for our day-to-day life? Toothpaste, you can say yes. Toothpaste, yes, it is necessary. I agree. Cosmetic is also necessary. For you all? Not necessary. Okay. What else is there? Chocolates also necessary. Okay. So make a request to CBDT. Okay. What else is there over here? Projectors are there, photographic apparatus, steel furniture, tape, sponge. What is this crown cock? Any idea? Pilfer proof cap for packaging. These 29 items are there. I'm not getting into the detailing of what are these items. Okay. So if you make these 29 items, you are not eligible for what? Section 35 to AB. Now, if you see 35 to AB, you will find out before 2021, you used to get 150%. I'll show you. At that time, it was having some relevance. Today, it will not make any difference to us. In exam, what shall we do? I'll tell you that also, okay? Certified to AB. Shall we read from here? Where companies engage in the business of biotechnology or in any business of manufacture or production of any not being article or thing specified in the list of 11 schedule, correct? Incurs any on scientific research not being land and building not covered, yes or no? On and development facility as approved by the central government, the prescribed authority, central government over here, then there shall be allowed a deduction of sum equal to 1.5 times of the expenditure so incurred. Okay, that is 150%, correct? But provided that where such expenditure on scientific research not being in the nature of land, building, on in-house research, that same thing they are reporting. Okay, relevant to assessment year beginning on or after first day of April 2021, the deduction under this clause shall be equal to the expenditure so incurred. What are we supposed to remember? 150 or 100? 100. That is the reason in your book directly what is written? 100%. What used to happen before 2021, we are not interested as of now academically. Okay. Practically, it might be relevant. If some case is opening of 2020, then it might be relevant. You have to go and check. Yes. But in exam, you are supposed to learn the provision which is prevailing in financial year 25-26. Is it clear? So now you can check it over here, the provision over here, please. So in exam, what shall we write, sir? See, if in the exam, company word is coming, what? And manufacture word is coming, or biotechnology word is coming, and in-house research especially is coming, then you may mention this section, okay? Or else you mention the previous section. And if you are not mentioning the section number, then you don't have to worry only in life, okay? Because this is also 100%. That is also 100%. Or else let's be very safe. Let's write only 35. Yes or no? Let's not mention that whether it is 1-1 or 1-4 or 2AB. Yes. If you are not sure about which section it is, okay? Because the final deduction is going to come same only everywhere. So this is the second section. You can continue reading. I'm saying few things which you know already, but still I'm saying it so that you can again keep it in your mind. This is the second section where company is coming. This is the second section where manufacturer is coming. Correct? Yes or no? And that is what I've written at the end of the chapter. Okay. At how many times company will come, how many times manufacturer will come. Correct? So these are the three sections which are available to those assessees which are engaged in scientific research. Okay. Now let's talk about contributions, donations. If you give donation, then how much deduction you will get and to whom I should give donation. Okay. So there are four sections as I have told you over here also. Don't see the book. I will write on the board. You will remember in for a longer time. These four sections. Okay. I'll again write on the board. Pay attention on the board, please. Donations, you have to give it to four people. The first one is 35 subsection 1 clause 2. If you give donation to an association, college, university, etc., which is engaged in what? Then you will get what? Please tell me. 100% deduction you will get. Okay. Second, if you give donation to same association, college, university, etc., engage in social science. Which science? Or statistical science. Which science? Then also you will get what? 100%. All of them were more than 100% earlier. Okay, this 100%, our first one was 175. The second one was 125. They have reduced everything to 100% now. Now, as a student, it is easy for us. Yes or no? Forget about what benefit the people are getting. We should remember the things that is more important for exam. As a student, it's very simple. You have to just remember that it is 100% everywhere. Earlier, we had to remember the percentages specifically, and it was not same also everywhere. Some place it was 100, some place it was 125, some 150, some 175, and some 200 also. So that was very difficult for remember which section was how much percentage. Third, 35 2AA, you have to make donation to a very renowned institution, that is IIT. Okay. Everybody knows what is IIT. I don't have to speak much on that. And you have to give it to National Laboratory. If you give donation to them, you will get 100% deduction. Okay. And the fourth and the last category is Indian companies. Is what? Indian company. The first thing, the first three are not companies. These are association. These are colleges. These are universities. Okay. These are institutions. The fourth one is an Indian company. You are giving donation to Cipla. You are giving donation to Infosys. For what purpose? Scientific research. You are helping them. Okay. So Indian company engaged in scientific research, you will get deduction under section 35 subsection 1 clause 2A. Okay. So these are the four sections. Number you wish to remember, you try to remember it. Okay. If you don't remember, then at least write 35 in the exam. That is okay. Considering that we don't know the subsection, it's okay. It is not necessary to remember each and every subsection and clause. Even if you remember the main section, that is much more than sufficient. But yes, you should know that which all places if you give donation, then you get what? The deduction. That is what is more important in your exam. Now you come over here, please. You check these 4 points. There are few more things that I have to speak over here. You can check 1, 2, 3, 4, 100%, 100, and the nature of institution to whom you are giving the donation. Check it, please. Now, suppose I made a donation to an institution. You tell me what shall I do in this case? I made a donation of 10 lakh rupees to an institution registered under 35 subsection 1 clause 2. The first one. Okay. After I made a donation, I asked them that where is your approval? They showed me the approval also, everything. They have given me certificate, whatever they have to give me. So I gave them the donation. I took the deduction. I filed my income tax return. Few months after that, there was a search and seizure. There is a raid in that institution. Okay. And it came to know to the government that that institution is doing some fraud activity and the government has withdrawn their approval. Okay. So should that affect my deduction according to you? Tell me please. It will not affect your deduction. Read point number 1 below. After you have given the deduction, after you have made the donation, you have claimed the deduction, and post that, if the withdrawal of the other parties, if the approval of the other party is what? Withdrawn, that will not impact your deduction. Don't worry about it. Okay. Intentionally means I didn't understand your question. I didn't understand. What is intentionally? Can you elaborate your doubt? I would like to listen. I am making you donation. Are you approved today? Are you approved today? I gave you donation. If tomorrow whatever happens, what is my mistake in that? Are you clear or not? Yes, if today itself your approval is withdrawn and then I am giving the donation, then it will not be allowed. Correct? That's what the law wants to tell you. Is it clear? Post your donation, if anything happens, then it is not your mistake. Yes, before giving the donation, if approval is already withdrawn by the government, then you will not be eligible for what? The deduction. Okay. Now, whether it is intentional or whether it is not intentional, it doesn't matter. Okay, in this case. Now, out of these 4 sections, the government has become very strict. The point which he has raised now, intentional point, that is very relevant now. The question which he has raised. This, and this. Forget about this. Leave this. Who are the 3 people who have whom I have circled? Are you aware of their names? Tell me. They can be random institutions. Tell me now, please. Who are approved by the government for scientific research, statistical research, social science, and Indian companies who might have got approved under this section, correct? Now, the government has been very strict because what he said is absolutely correct. Pay attention on the board. I am a donor. Here there is a donee. Donee is the institution, correct? Pay attention on the board, please. Suppose this institution is registered under 3512 or 3513 or 3512A. One, two, three. Remember the section number for the sake of understanding the provision at least. Later on you can forget, it's okay. Now the law has put many restrictions in the last 2-3 years. They have made amendments in last 2-3 years. So that fake donations and all should stop. Okay. The law has said that if you make a donation to them, first of all, the donee has to do 2 things. The donee has to give a statement to the government. To whom? To the government, a prescribed authority, you have to give statement that in the entire year, who all have given you Donation. You have to give that list to the government. Are you clear? Second thing donor has to do. Donor has to give a certificate to the donor. Okay? That you have paid this much amount and you are eligible for deduction under the relevant provisions of the income tax law. Are you clear? The way you get a certificate under ATG. Have you seen that? ATG donation certificate. The same donation certificate, you have to give it to the donor. Okay. If the donee does not do these two things, which two things? Does not file the statement with the government, they have to file till 31st of May. Okay. Till which date? For financial year 25-26, you have to file till 31st May 2026. You may not remember the date, that is not relevant for exam. So file the statement, give the certificate to the donor. If you don't do this, listen, first donee will be penalized and then donor will also be penalized. Okay. Mistake is done by whom? Donee. And the donor will also be penalized for that. Okay. So give donation at proper institutions. Don't give donation to an institution whom you don't trust. Okay. Now how donee will be penalized? There are two sections government has introduced for donee. One is 234G. What? In which the donee has to pay a fee. What the donee has to pay? A fee. Check. Of 200 rupees per day. How much? 200 rupees per day till the time they don't file the statement. Are you clear? Second, the donee will also be liable for a penalty under 271K. What? How much penalty? Which may be ranging from 10,000 to 1 lakh depending upon the assessing officer. Are you clear? These two things who has to face? Donee. What donor has to face? Donor has to face disallowance of deduction. Check. Point number 2. Donor will not be eligible for what? The deduction of these expenses, these donations. Are you clear? This is not only applicable for these deductions, it is also applicable for ATG. For what? ATG also. If you see over here, there is a mention of ATG also. Check. Are you clear? So ATG institutions also have to do two things. They have to file a statement with the government by 31st of May. While doing audit, you might have seen these things. Okay. Second, they have to give a certificate to the donor. If they don't do that, they will be liable for this fee and this penalty. And the donor will not be eligible for what? Deduction under the income tax law. Are you clear? The donation, I'll speak about that sometime later, not today. This lecture is going to go on YouTube. First few lectures go on YouTube. I don't want to say much on in that. Donations play a very important role in evading what? Tax in our country. That you all also know how. Yes? The government has to be very stringent with that. You give donation with on one hand, and on other hand, what you do? Tell me now. What you do? Take the. You are not aware of it. What is happening in this world? Aware na? Are you are not coming in the video. Why are you scared? I am coming in the. Huh? I am not scared. You are scared to say. What voice is coming? Okay, your voice will be catch. Say now what happened. Say openly what's wrong. We are not doing. People are doing. Yes or no? We are just highlighting that to the government that should not happen. Okay. What is happening in the name of donation? Tell me. You give donation of 1 lakh rupees and then comes back in cash. Yes or no? This happens or not? Very recently, around 3 months back, CBDT has done. Don't take it. He is taking name. CBDT has done search and seizure on more than 200 different institutions in the month of July 2025 who are engaged in what? Fake donations. Okay. So the government is very strict these days with respect to this. And most of the things happens with respect to political parties. You give donation to the political. There are how many political parties in this country? So many is not an answer. Okay. How many? You are asking, you are saying so many. How many? Tell me. Tell me now, please. We have to discuss all these things later on, but since this issue has come, I am saying it. How many registered political parties? How many? Tell me. कितना पॉलिटिकल पार्टी इंडिया में? हाँ, नहीं मालूम. How many political? इनको भी पता होना. This is a general knowledge question, ना? You should also know. Yes. Jani, how many? Not aware. Tell me a random number. Yes, more than 2000 political parties are there. Approximately 2100 and something registered political parties are there in our country. We are just aware of 5-6 names, correct? All of them are registered under Representation of People's Act 1951. They are all properly registered, but they are all indulged in this black activity. To give donation of 10 lakh, you will get 9,50,000 back in cash. To claim deduction, and 9,50,000 has back in your home. 50,000 you gave as a commission. Yes, this is the activity which is going on. We'll talk about that sometime later when we will talk about the deduction of what? Donation ATGG, BGGC. Okay. In that we will talk. Now, let's go ahead with the last part of this deduction. Pay attention, please, all of you. Please see here. Please don't talk. There should not be one misconception in your mind after learning this entire section that if you are engaged in scientific research, you will get this 100% deduction for any kind of asset or any kind of expense you incur. It's not like that. Listen carefully this. Otherwise, the entire discussion is of no use. I am Cipla. I am making medicines, or I am Infosys. I am making softwares. I am eligible for this deduction of 3511, 3514. But only with respect to the Department of Research and Development. If I am Cipla, that does not mean that if I buy a car for my employee, or if I buy a car or air condition for my management or my HR or my finance department, then that is also eligible for 100% deduction. That is not eligible for 100% deduction. The deduction of 100% is eligible only for R&D department. That is something, then expenditure which is incurred for research and development. So for example, I am making a division over here. There is an R&D department over here and there is an office over here. Office will include finance department, HR department, other departments, okay? Manufacturing department where research and development doesn't happen. Other business activity happens. So this department I am going to say as a scientific research department. And this department I am going to say as a business division. Here research and development is not happening. I am doing other business activity. Whatever you purchase over here, you are not going to get 100% deduction for that. Okay. For that, you can claim your depreciation, whatever it is. Okay. 100% deduction which you have learned in 351114 is for left hand side. That is for scientific research department. The deduction is not to the assessee. The deduction is to the activity of the assessee. I hope you understood what I am trying to say. The assessee is indulged in multiple activities. All activities are not subject to 100% deduction. Only the scientific research activity is subject to 100% deduction. So for example, on the left hand side, that is here, research and development, I purchased a plant and machinery of 100 crore over here. Okay. Will I be eligible for 100% deduction over here? Tell me. I claimed 100% deduction. Okay. Is it clear? I claim 100 crore as a deduction, say in previous year 25-26. Listen carefully now. 1 year has gone, 2 year has gone, 3 year has gone, 4 years has gone. After 4 years, suppose this machinery is not working properly. Let's assume that this is an air condition which is used in the laboratory for research and development. Now this air condition is not working or functioning that efficiently. It is working but not very efficiently to be used in the R&D department. So what shall I do now? I have multiple options. Option number 1, I will sell it off, correct? If you sell it off, the law is saying that you will be liable for a deemed income, okay, which is covered under section 41 subsection 3. The law says that any asset on which you claim deduction under 35, and if that asset is sold from the department, which department? Research and development department, without bringing into business. What? Without bringing into business, directly you sold. Okay. Do I have another option to shift it to my business division? That we will see as a second option. Okay. Let's sell it off directly first. If you sell an asset on which you have claimed 100% deduction without bringing into business, then the deemed income will be chargeable to tax under 41(3), and the deemed income will be the lower of deduction claimed earlier or selling price, whichever is lower. What is deemed income? Deduction claimed earlier or selling price, whichever is lower. Suppose if I sell for 80 crore, then the deemed income will be 80 crore. If I sell for 150 crore, then the deemed income will be 100 crore. Okay. Along with capital gain implications, but on left hand side, the capital gains will not be charged as per block of asset, because this asset was never part of block. Tell me now, please. Have you added this asset to block? No, you have not claimed depreciation on this, correct? So the capital gains will be, first of all, I'll tell you the deemed income will be how much. It will be lower of deduction claimed allowed or selling price, whichever is lower, plus you will be charged capital gains as per section 48. You may not know the number as of now. Section 48 talks about capital gains with respect to other than block. Which capital gains? Other than block capital gains are computed under 48, and block capital gains are computed under section 50. Okay. So how we are selling this asset? Without bringing into our other businesses, other offices. Okay. Then you bear the burden of deemed income. That's it. Now I have another option, that this asset on which I have claimed 100% deduction, another option I have, that it is not good enough for the research and development department. Now let's transfer it to HR department or finance department or somewhere else where we can put this AC. Okay. In the laboratory, you might be requiring a very chilled environment, right? In the classroom, it is not required. Yes. So you can shift it to some other department. So if you are shifting, listen carefully, please. We are going to something which we have left earlier. If you are shifting this AC over here, will it ask for a place in the block of asset of plant and machinery? Yes, it will ask for a place in the block. Go back and see explanation 1 to 43.1, please. What? Explanation? You will forget that I have left 5, 6 explanation, but I will not forget. Okay. Explanation 1 to 43.1. At what value you will add to the block of your office? Nil. It means you will add the quantity, but the value will be why 0? Because already in your same business, you have claimed 100% deduction, and that too you are using that as a, even if it is not absorbed, it is treated as UAD only. Yes or no? So already 100% deduction of depreciation you have claimed only, correct? So when you will bring to your business, then you will bring at a value of 0. Quantity will be added to the block of plant and machinery, 15% depreciation, correct? But the value will be 0. Is it clear? Then if I sell, then what will happen? Capital gains will attract when the block will either become zero or the quantity will become zero. Yes or no? And that will be as per normal capital gains or always STCG? Always STCG as per short term capital gain, and that is covered under section what? Section 50 it is. Is it clear? Now you can check it over here, the provision. Below it is given over here. First I told you this. In the book it is on the opposite side. Okay. First you are selling without using for, and lower of the two will be deemed income. Is it clear? If you sell after using for business, it means you are sending the asset to your other businesses first, then you are selling. So first add to your block at nil value, and then while selling as per section 50, it will always be STCG. Okay, capital gains calculation we don't know as of now. We will talk about that in the chapter of capital gains. There is only one capital gain that I have taught you in the last class, that is in respect of SLM assessees. Yes or no? No other capital gains we have discussed so far. So this is what this section is all about. What is important in this section is the first part. These two sections are extremely important. You can mark down. And then these four sections are extremely important. Rest of the things they have not asked so far in the exams. They have not asked you the penalty of 271K or 234G. They have not tested all those things so far. I don't think so. They will test also. They have not tested much on the sale of asset also. Okay. That also they have not tested much. They have tested most of the cases deductions only. You have to remember them very carefully. After say 20-25 days, or maybe after a month, in the last lectures, last 7-8 lectures, 8 to 10 lectures, whatever deductions we are learning now, okay, so many deductions we have learned, correct? At the end of the batch we have to do tax rates also. Yes, that time we have to see this is old regime, this is new regime. In new regime this is not allowed, this is not. Yes or no? Like additional depreciation, is it allowed in the new regime? Not allowed. I am not saying anything as of now. Let's not get confused as of now. Okay. Let's learn everything assuming everything is allowed. At the end we will see what is allowed, what is not allowed. Okay. After every section if I continue to say, you will not remember anyways. Yes or no? Like for the sake of information, additional depreciation is not allowed in new regime. These 4 sections you see, not allowed. But the first 3 sections are allowed. You will not remember as of now. We will see the technique at the end how to remember. Okay. I have put the entire list at one page, which all deductions are allowed and not allowed in the new regime. Are you clear? So first we will learn all the deductions. Let's not get into new regime and old regime as of now. Okay. Then there are problems based on both of them also. As of now, we are assuming that we are going to claim all kind of deduction. Everything is allowed under income tax law. New regime, old regime does not survive only. It does not exist only. So this is our third sector, which we have done in sector-wise deduction. 33AB, 33ABA not much important. This also important. First and the third one is important. Second one not much important. Now the fourth one also not very important, honestly speaking. Then the fifth and sixth one will be very important. But we will go in the order of the book only. Pay attention on the board, please, all of you. The fourth one is a small section 35ABB. So what is this section? Now this section also you have not done in your CA Inter. It is there in CA Final. So what is this? This is giving deductions to telecom sector. This talks about amortization of telecom license fees paid. So if you are engaged in telecom business, then you are eligible for this deduction. And in today's time, there are hardly 2-3 companies which are engaged in telecom business. Okay. So this deduction is only available to those 2-3 companies like Jio and Airtel, and I don't know the third company. VI is there. It is there. Vodafone Idea, it is still there. Surviving. Okay. BSNL is there. Okay. Maybe. Okay. So once upon a time, there were around more than 10 companies who used to compete with each other. Now pay attention, please. Now these companies have heavy investments. It is not everybody's cup of tea to go into this business. One of the biggest cost for them is the license cost only. I'll just give you a data in 2015-16. I don't have the recent data. In 2015-16, the government of India has earned 1,10,000 crore rupees from auction of license. Only telecom license, not other license. Okay. So just imagine the amount of money they pay to the government for getting what? The license itself. So the government has said that we will give you the deduction of this license cost, but we will amortize this because it's a huge amount. We will not allow you in 1 year. We will amortize the cost over the life of the license. Okay. So if the life of the license is 10 years or 15 years, whatever it is, I don't know what is the life of the license. That depends upon the government. The life will be decided by the government. Income tax law just says that we will allow the deduction over the life of the license. So the life of the license has to be mentioned in the question if ICI wants to ask a question. Okay. Now how the business will be run over here, how it will be started. The very first thing the assessee has to do, say in the year 2022-23, they have to go for an auction of license. These licenses are not available openly for sale. They are available as a auction. You have to bid for the license and you have to win the bid and then you have to buy the license. So suppose there is an assessee who went for the auction and he won the auction and now he wants to buy the license. Suppose the cost of the license is say 100 crore. Let us keep it very simple. And the life of the license is say how much? Say 10 years. Okay. So you have bought this license, you have paid this license. Yes, I have paid the entire money for the license, 100 crore. So now you can claim the deduction of this license from the year in which you commence the business. Now to commence the business, there are a lot of other activities that the assessee has to do in between. Only buying the license is not sufficient to run a company of telecom nature. After you buy the license, there are a lot of infrastructure costs that you have to incur. You have to make network towers across the country. Yes. You have to make a lot of showrooms and lot of shops to sell what? Your SIM cards. You have to make call centers, etc. Correct? So it's a very big infrastructure business. It will take some time, maybe 1 or 2 years or 3 years to make this infrastructure after you get the license. But the first thing is you have to get the license first. Okay. Get the license first and then start what? Your infrastructure work. Then you can start with your business. Say for example, you have started your business in 2025, 2026. So the deduction will be allowed obviously from the year in which you what? Tell me now please. In which you commence your business. Okay. Now you have commenced your business in 25-26. Deduction is allowed on what basis? Paid basis. If you have paid, you will get. If you have not paid, you will not get. Okay. So I have paid entire 100 crore rupees. So this 100 crore divided by how much? 10. That comes to 10 crore. You can claim deduction of 10 crore for the next 10 years. Okay. Now, suppose. This is financial year 25-26. Pay attention, please. And You are doing business since last 15, 20 years. Okay. And suppose your old license is what? Expired. Now the license come with the life. If it is expired, you need to buy another one. So now you are buying another license of say 10,000 crore rupees. But you don't have so much money to pay outrightly to the government. The government is saying that this new license also has a life of how many years? 10 years. I said I don't have so much money to pay. Now the government is giving me installment facility. Okay. They are telling that you do one thing. You don't have entire 10,000 crore. I said I don't have. You pay 5,000 crore now. And then in next year 2026-27, you pay 3,000 crore. And then the remaining 2,000 crore you pay in what? That is 27-28. We will allow you to make the payment in 3 installments. Now, how will I get the deduction? Because the law very clearly says that the deduction is allowed on payment basis. It is not allowed on accrual basis. And it is allowed over the life of the license. So, in the first year, I will take the deduction as how much I have paid divided by how much is the life from first year? 10 year. I will get this 500 crore deduction for the first year, 500 crore for the second year, 500 crore for the third year, and I will get this till 10th year. Correct? Now in the second year, have I further paid some more money? How much? I should get this also now. Divided by what? 9 years now, not 10 years. Because from second year, only 9 years are left. Are you clear? So this plus whatever amount comes. Okay. In the third year, this plus whatever amount come in the second case. In the third year, you will also get what? Divided by 8. And from the fourth year onwards, your amount will become what? Consistent. Okay. And after the 10th year, obviously you have to again what? Renew the license as per the cost which the government tells you. So the rule is very simple. If you have incurred the cost before commencement, before what? Take from the year of commencement. From when? Year of commencement over the life of the license. Okay. If you have incurred the cost after the commencement, like this, then take from the year in which you have made the payment. If you are making the payment in installment, take according to this. In the first year, divided by 10, second year 9, third year 8. If it is 4 installment, then 7, 6, whatever it is. Here also government has very clearly written, is license an intangible asset? Louder please. You may ask for what? You may ask for not allowed. Okay. Very clearly they have written, once a deduction is claimed under 35 ABB, then no depreciation under section 32 shall be allowed to the assessee. It will not be allowed to you. Depreciation will not be allowed to you under any circumstance. Okay. Very clearly written. Now I have a question to all of you. This deduction is good or depreciation would have been better for us? Tell me please. What would have been better? We don't have choice as of now. Huh? We have to claim as per this only. But I am asking, if this deduction would have not been there, then we would have claimed depreciation. That would have been better or this is better? Tell me. Tax perspective I am asking. Income tax point of view. What is better? No. This deduction is not better. Depreciation would have been better. Multiple reasons I will tell you. First, how much depreciation you get over there? 25%. You can depreciate at least 80-90% of your cost in 5-6 years. Yes or no? Here the life is minimum 10 to 15 years. Here it will be amortized over how many years? 10 to 15 years. You don't have to think only from this perspective. Also think from another perspective. Because of this deduction, if Vodafone Idea is incurring losses, which they are, yes? Yes or no? it will be treated like a business loss. But if because of depreciation, if they would have incurred what losses, that would have been treated as what? Please tell me. Unabsorbed depreciation. So by bringing this deduction, the government is not giving advantage to us. Rather, they are restricting your advantage. They are saying that if you are using the license for 15 years, how will we allow you to depreciate your asset in within what? 4 to 5 years. That is the reason they have given this particular deduction. Earlier, it was not there. Earlier, people used to claim the deduction of the license as what? As a depreciation. Then the government specifically brought this section. Said no. For telecom license, no depreciation. Telecom license will be claimed under what? 35 ABB over the life of the license only. It will be considered as a normal loss. It cannot be considered as a unabsorbed depreciation. Okay. So let us write one example on this, because sometimes they ask you a small question on this, sometimes not a very important section as such. So A Limited has purchased a telecom license of rupees 1000 crores in financial year 25-26. Now, the life of the license is 10 years. The payment is made as follows. First, full amount paid in previous year 25-26. Then what will happen? Then take deduction of rupees 100 crore for 10 years from previous year 25-26. Okay. Now, second point. This is a common sentence for two parts. Okay. Second point. Paid rupees 500 crore in previous year 25-26. Paid rupees 300 crore in previous year 26-27. Paid rupees 200 crore in previous year 27-28. Now in this case, the deduction will be deduction in previous year 25-26 will be 500 crore divided by 10, 50 crore. Deduction in previous year 26-27 will be 300 divided by 9, 50 crore plus 300 divided by 9. Correct? Yes or no? 50 crore to I will get only now for 10 years now. 33.3. That will come to 83.33 I will take. And in third year it will be 27-28. It will be 200 divided by 8. This will be 83.33 plus 25. Okay. Is it clear? 50 and 33 you will get only now for the next 9 years. This comes to 108. 108.3. And from 4th year till 10th year you will get the same amount. Okay. 108.3 you can get till the 10th year. In the meanwhile, some other questions might also come in your mind. You can write and you can, it's a very simple question. So I will ask you directly. Can I take a loan for buying this particular license? Yes. What will be the treatment of that interest? Will that be allowed as a business expense? Tell me. Yes, you can say that I'm using that money for the purpose of business and profession, and you can claim it. Okay. And you should take a loan only as a businessman. And they do that only. To pay this money, even if they have the money, they will take a loan only. Take the advantage of tax benefit. They will get the loan at 8 to 9%, 10%, 30% tax benefit directly. Yes. So effectively the rate of interest will be around 7%. Who will give you money at 7% rate? Yes. Now pay attention, please, all of you. Please. What is the section number? Don't see the book. 35? 35? ABB. Pay attention now. Now this is a very old section, around 25, 30 years old. When the telecom companies were newly, very much new business in India. At that point of time, the government brought this section. Now listen carefully. In 2015, in Finance Act 2015, the government brought another section. 35 ABA. Now pay attention, what is this? This also talks about amortization with respect to telecom business only. But this is with respect to spectrum fee. What? Spectrum fee. We need to understand this term first. What is spectrum? This which you have done with this is with respect to telecom license fee. So first of all, we will talk about this once again. What is this license actually? This license is nothing but an approval to start the business. If you want to start a telecom business in India, you have to buy this license which is mentioned in 35 ABB. The way you want to start any other business in India, if you want to start with a restaurant, a bar and restaurant, so you need to have a liquor license or not? Please tell me. The same way, without that license, you cannot sell liquor in your restaurant. Okay. If you want to start with a normal restaurant without a bar, then there is also a food license. Yes. So there are so many businesses in India in which that you need some or the other licenses. In the same way, for this business, you need a license which is mentioned in 35 ABB to operate the business. Without this license, you cannot even start making your infrastructure. That is also not allowed. You cannot put one network tower also in the country without the first license. Okay. Now, what is this second one then? 35 ABA. For that, we need to understand little bit science, okay, of this particular business. I have a question to all of you, that how, when you call to someone through your mobile phones, how a phone is connected to another person? Huh? Yes. What? Somebody said the same exact word. Radio waves. It is through the waves, air waves. Yes? Yes or no? So the government is saying that Reliance come here, Airtel come here, Vodafone Idea, and whichever company is operating in this particular business, you all are using the air of this country. Yes. Using or not? Manipulating the air of this country. Yes. To connect a phone, listen carefully. You need a very high frequency of radio waves. Radio waves are used in, I'm just talking like I'm teaching you some science, huh? But I have to explain you this, otherwise you will not understand what is 35 ABA. Radio waves are also used in some other businesses also, like your radio channels. Yes, there also, without our air waves, you cannot listen to any channel. There are certain frequencies in the range of 90, 89, 90, 92, 94. Correct? So that is the frequency which is required to run a radio channel. But to connect a telephone, you require high frequency of 600 megahertz to 2200 megahertz. That is the reason we say, na, these airwaves are very harmful for birds and all. Yes, that is the reason we say we need to find an alternate for that. So the government is saying that Reliance has 50 crore customers, Airtel has 40 crore customers, Vodafone has 30 crore customers, BSNL has 5 lakh customers. Okay, whatever it is. So, can we keep Reliance and BSNL at same level as far as usage of airwaves is considered? Tell me. No. So that usage of airwaves is called as spectrum. What it is called as? The government tells that we will sell you spectrum. That much only you can use. If you want to use more, numbers of subscribers are increasing, you have to pay more. The more the number of customer, the more you are polluting the air, that much you have to pay extra to the government in the form of a spectrum fee. So the government has started with a new license. Earlier they have started with 2G spectrum fee, then 3G, then 4G. Now they have also started with 5G spectrum, and they are also planning for 6G for the future. So therefore, now how to get the deduction of this spectrum license fee? This is also a license which you will get for 10 years, 15 years. Okay. The deduction is exactly similar to 35 ABB. Check it, please. That is the reason the heading says 35 ABB/ABA. When the government brought this particular license, industry started asking, should we claim depreciation on this? Government said, no, 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 no. Depreciation, we are bringing new section. Please don't claim what? We don't want you to claim depreciation. Are you clear? Depreciation will be more beneficial for us. Yes. Claim it as what? As a separate expenditure. Okay. So spectrum fee, that is the reason you can see in the heading there are two names. Telecom license or spectrum fee. Both of them are allowed on payment basis. Both of them are allowed over the life of the license. Is it clear? Honestly speaking, ICI has not asked much question on this. Yes, they have asked on 33 AB. Yes, they have asked on scientific research. Not on this section. Now I'm moving ahead towards our next section. Pay attention on the board, and this is a big one now. That is section 35 AD. I am starting first. 35D I will do tomorrow morning. 35 AD. What is this section? You have done it in CA Inter also. Investment linked deduction. For the next 45 minutes, I'll speak about few things in this section. It will take time for us to understand this section. Okay. Before I start with this section, I have to explain you some very important concept that we are going to come across over the period of time in the entire subject. To improve infrastructure in our economy, time and again the government has been giving lot of deductions to businesses since last 30-40 years, since 1980s. Since 1980s, the government have realized that we need to improve the infrastructure if we want to compete with the world. And the government has been giving lot of incentives to different businesses. I am just listing down some of them on the board. Initially, the government used to give incentive to the businesses to improve infrastructure in the country by making roads, railways, airports, ports, making warehouses, hospitals, hotels. All these are part of infrastructure. Tell me. The government used to give a special kind of deduction to these assessees who used to get into infrastructure development. Those deductions are called as profit linked deductions. Listen carefully, please. These profit linked deductions were covered under, and they are even covered today under chapter 6A. They are covered under many sections like 80IA, 80IB, 80IC, 80ID, 80IE, 80IAB, 80IAC, etc., etc., etc. You are going to learn all of them. You can see the index. That is a separate chapter by the name called as profit link deductions. Okay. Where you are going to learn about these deductions. Some of the deductions, these are very old. It was introduced somewhere around in 1980s to improve infrastructure in the economy. See, there are two ways in which the government can improve infrastructure. First, themselves. They cannot do. Okay. So second, what they will do? They will tell the businesses, correct? You make the airport, you make the port, you make the roads, you make the bridges, you collect the toll, take deduction. Are you clear? We don't want to do. Okay. Over the period of time, the government has been doing this. They are themselves not interested in anything. They are outsourcing everything to the private assessees. But initially, it was not like that. Over the period of time, the government realized that the term government means to govern, not to do. That's the true meaning. Their duty is to govern everything is happening properly or not. If they only do everything, then how they will govern and then they will do also. It is not possible for them to do everything. So they have segregated the work to what? Different businesses. And they have told you, you do this business, you leave your business, do this business, we will give you deductions. Great deductions used to be there, and even today it is there. What kind of deduction? Profit link deduction means what? The government used to say that you start with a hospital, for example, or you start with a hotel of 2-star or above category, or you make roads, or railways, or airports, or ports, and you earn profits. Whatever profit you will earn, we will give you deduction of 100% of your profits for 10 years. 10 years, no tax. 15 years, no tax. In some cases, 5 years, no tax. In some cases, we will give you 100% deduction for first 5 years. Then next 5 years, we will give you 50%. We will reduce the deduction after some years. Various kind of deductions were there. People were also encouraged. In a country like India, where taxes are so high, if you get 30% discount directly in your profit, right? You will be very encouraged to do that business. Yes. Even if the ROI is little bit less, still I will be encouraged to do this business because the profits are tax free. I'm not supposed to pay a single rupee of tax. So that is the reason many people used to go into this business. All big corporates, etc., they used to jump into this business. Some portion of their money they used to invest in this. They used to enter into all these kind of businesses which are covered in ATI, ATIB, ATIC, ATID, ATI, ATIAB, ATI, and many. There are in all 15 profit link deductions. 15. All 15 of them you are going to learn over the period of time in different chapters. Now there was some problem in this. The government realized over the period of time that there is some problem in this deduction. There were two problems which the government identified. First problem was the deduction was subject to some time limit. You will get 100% deduction for 10 years. You will get 100% deduction for 5 years. What assessee had to do in this case? They have to do business, these businesses. They have to earn PGBP. Okay. Suppose you have earned PGBP of 1000 crore. Okay. You have to include this 1000 crore in what? Your gross total income. Okay. And then from gross total income, the government will give you what? 100% deduction or 50% or 30%, whatever it is. Okay. Depending upon the quantum of different section. And ultimately your profit will come to how much? 0, and you don't have to pay any tax. Especially if you are into this 100% deduction business. And there are businesses in which you get 100% for 10 years, back to back. Now there are two problems which the government identified over the period of time in these type of deductions. First government realized people started complaining about this. Businesses started complaining. They started saying that you are giving deductions to us for 10 years. Such a huge business it is. We are incurring so much infrastructure cost, and the gestation period of the business is around 5 to 6 years. For the first 5 to 6 years, we do not generate any profit. There are losses. Okay. And next 5 to 6 years goes in set off of losses. Then what is the use of? Tell me now, please. This deduction. And the problem with this deduction is they are not allowing you to choose the years. They are telling you have to claim in the first 10 year only. Are you clear? That is the problem. If they tell us that claim any 10 years of your life, yes, then there is no problem. Some or the other time I will make some profits. In that year I will claim. They are not saying that. You have to consecutively claim. How? Consecutive years, back to back years you have to claim. Okay, from the year of commencement. Most of the businesses will not generate profit for at least 5 years. 5 years will go in losses. Next 5 years, 3 years, 2 years will go in setting of the losses. The deduction is of no use. So this is the complaint which the industry made to CBDT. Okay. Second problem. Because the profits are 100% deductible over here, companies especially used to manipulate their P&L like anything. They used to increase their profit unnecessarily, inflating the profit, showing the shareholders that we are earning so much. Inflating the profit does not have any impact in the tax. Why? Because you are getting 100% deduction, whether it is 1000 crore or I put 1 0 after that. How does it matter to me? Are you clear? It will not matter. 1000 is also exempt. 10,000 is also exempt. So that is also the problem which Ministry of Company Affairs started complaining CBDT. That assessees are doing this kind of activity. They are deliberately inflating their profits and representing wrong P&L to the shareholders. So finance minister after finance minister said that we will remove this. First, Pranav Mukherjee said we will remove. Then Chidambaram said we will remove. Then Arun Jaitley ji said. Then Nirmala Sitharaman ji also said we will remove. And they are planning to remove in phases. Not suddenly they cannot remove. All those who have invested so much amount, you cannot say, na, suddenly next year you will not get. Yes or no? They cannot say like that. So over the period of time, the government has planned that they are going to remove these deductions completely. And many of them have become redundant also. When you will learn, you will come to know. And therefore, these provisions are called as The sunset provisions of the income tax law. What? These are called as what? Sunset provision. The sun is setting. It is gone. This is not the future. What is the future? What is the sunrise provision then? Yes. If the something is setting, then something should rise also. The law has brought in Finance Act 2009 what? Investment link deduction, which fulfills the two problems, which fills the two problems which we have to face over there. Problem number one. You have to claim within 5 years, 10 years. Correct. In investment link deduction, government said, start the business, incur the expenditure, wait. Incur 1000 crore, 2000 crore, 5000 crore, whatever expenditure you incur. Claim 100% as a PGBP expense. Claim what? Except some expenses like land, etc. Okay. Rest all plant, machinery, furniture, building, claim 100% as what? As a PGBP expense. Nothing to do with P&L account. Okay. In taxation, while computing the total income, claim the entire expenditure, all capital expenditure, plant, machinery, furniture, building, as what? As your 100% deduction. There will be losses? Tell me. Carry forward for infinite number of years. Is the problem number one solved? Tell me. What was the problem number two? You are inflating the profit. This deduction has nothing to do with P&L account. Are you clear? This you will claim as a deduction while computing what? PGBP income. In P&L, you will show your normal profit only. Are you clear? The shareholders will be given the correct information, not the inflated information. Even if you inflate the profit in P&L, it is of no use. Okay. So both the problems has been fixed here. And the government in Finance Act 2009 said that we are bringing this is the future. In 2009, they brought this. Please keep this year in your mind. It will be helpful for us in the exam also. In 2009, they introduced 3 businesses in this. How many? And now today there are how many business? 14. So this is the what? Sunrise provisions of the income tax law. You will find out such kind of things in the budget. The finance minister is saying all these words. At that time, you should realize, understand now what is she saying. Yes or no? Being a chartered accountant, what is sunset provision? What is sunrise? Sunset means something which they are planning to remove. Okay. Sunrise means something which they are planning to promote, encourage, which is the future of our country. Yes. So, shall we see the 14 businesses at least today? We will not be able to see the complete section today. It will take a lot of time. Around 2.5 hours it will take for me to complete this deduction. Okay. You would have done in CA Enter, yes? What you have done in CA Enter? Tell me. CA Enter they should remove. After foundation, even if they put direct final now. Whatever you are not learning over there, anyways you are learning over here. Yes? Chalo, let's start. Pay attention now. So let's start with our investment link deduction now, which came in Finance Act 2009. In all, there are 14 businesses over here for which the government gives you 100% deduction of your capex. Of what? Capital expenditure. This deduction is for capital expenditure, not for revenue expenditure. Revenue expense, anyways, you can claim 100%. Yes. Initially in 2009, when this section came, there were only 3 business. Then over the period of time, the number of businesses increased to how much? 14 businesses. Okay. So first of all, let's see the 14 businesses which are covered over here. Come to page number 1.19. You need not have to by heart them, but you should be aware that these are the 14 businesses which are there in 35 AD. Okay. If you find out these 14 businesses in your question paper, it should click to your mind that something related to 35 AD is there in the question. Okay. And accordingly, you have to react. Now, all the businesses are subject to 100% deduction. Earlier year also, some businesses were subject to 100, some were subject to 150 here also. Okay. But then government has removed the concept of extra deduction. Okay. Now everywhere it is 100% only. So let's see the 14 businesses. Which is the first one? Tell me. You have to set up and operate a cold chain facility for certain products. Okay. Then warehousing facility for what? Agricultural product, not all product. Then one more warehousing is there in point number 11. Check it, please. Warehousing for what? Sugar. Then you have to make a hospital of how much beds? At least 100 beds. Okay. 100 or more is sufficient. Then you need to start with a housing project for what? For who? For whom? Affordable housing scheme. Andhra Pradesh government might be having some schemes. Yes. Of affordable housing. Yes. That one. Not the one which a private builder does. Okay. Yes or no? In every state, they have some or the other scheme. Andhra Pradesh Development Authority, something might be there like this over here. I am not exactly aware of the name. In Mumbai, it is Maharashtra Housing Development Authority. In Delhi, it is Delhi Development Authority. So every state has its own development authority. What does it do? It calls the builder and tells them, you have to make this project, okay, for us. For us means for the government. We will pay you the money. Don't worry. And then, and then we will give this house to whom? To the people of the state for free, or we will take money from them? Not free. It is money. Okay. It is not free. That free one is a different thing. That I will tell you. That is slum redevelopment. This is not given for free. This is given at a concessional rate. Are you clear? It is affordable housing, not free housing. Affordable means you have to put some money out of your pocket. Yes or no? It will be available at a cheaper rate as compared to the market rate. The government will subsidize you. Are you clear? So the government will tell the builder, make this entire project, give it to us, we will give you money. With the help of that project, we will offer that project to the people of the state of Andhra Pradesh or whichever state we are there. We will tell them this flat is available for 30 lakh rupees. In market, it is available for 40 lakhs. But under the government scheme, we are giving you at how much? At 30 lakh rupees. It is not free. The free one is this one. 8th one. Check. Where they will demolish your slum. And then there they will make a building. And then they will give you what? The house at free of cost. Okay. Because in return, they have taken your land. Correct. So that is not absolutely free. You are also giving land in return. Next is you should be engaged in what? Tell me now, please. Production of fertilizer. Is it an important business in our country? Yes. Our country is agriculture dominated. Yes. Fertilizer is a very important product for our country to run. Next one. Cross country natural gas or crude or petroleum oil pipeline. You need to make a pipeline for oil, for natural gas, for petroleum. Who has done this? Any idea? Kakinada is in Andhra Pradesh? Sure, na? 100% sure? I'm just in general, I'm asking. Coming back to the question. Anybody has done this particular thing in our country? Yes, Reliance Industry. They have made a natural gas pipeline which is coming from Iran through Arabian Sea to your state. Okay. Okay. Where it is coming? Till Kakinada. That is the reason I asked you. Kakinada is in your state or some other country? Andhra Pradesh only, right? I am aware of it. I was just asking. So Reliance has made a natural gas pipeline from Iran. It is around 3,500 kilometers long in Arabian Sea. It comes through Iran, then Pakistan, and then till Andhra Pradesh, Kakinada. And they have a huge oil exploration activity over here. Many other oil companies are also there in Kakinada. Kakinada has a huge oil potential. I don't know whether you are aware of this or not. Huge oil potential. Many foreign companies are also there over here. You can do the research on this if you want. I'll tell you very interesting fact about this after 5 minutes. But let me go ahead first. Next, what you are supposed to make? You are supposed to make a hotel of what? 2-star or above category. Who will give the star? You will only put star after about outside your hotel. Who will give the star? Tell me. It will be classified by the central government. Okay. So the government will give you star based on the facilities you have in your hotel. Okay. You have to make an application to the government. So there was one issue which arose in this case. The SSC made an application to the government for starring category. Okay. The government people very lazy. After 2 years, they said it is approved. After, so the SSC said that I want deduction from the year of application. From when? So the court said that yes, you will get it. Check it, please. If it is accepted, you will get from the year of application. If it is rejected, then obviously you will not get. Are you clear? So these lazy people gave after 1.5 year, they gave the approval. They didn't come to check also whether the facilities are proper or not on time. And then they expect people to improve what? Infrastructure in our country. Now I'm not reading the businesses ad. I will read after some time. Before that, I have to speak few things. Some very interesting facts about the provision. When in Finance Act 2009, this section came, you just write down over here also, please. It was inserted in Finance Act 2009. In the year 2009, there were 3 businesses which were introduced initially. As I've told you earlier also, the 3 businesses were this, and this. Okay. Cold chain facility, warehousing, and cross-country natural gas, crude, petroleum, oil pipeline, whatever it is. Okay. Only these 3 businesses were there initially in 2009 when the government announced the section for the first time. Now, this section was announced as a manifesto of the Congress government in 2009 election. In 2009, there was an election in our country of union government, prime minister. So the Congress has made a manifesto. In the manifesto, they have mentioned that if we come to the power, we will try to improve the infrastructure in the economy. Okay. So they came into the power in 2009. And when the budget was introduced in 2009, they came with this section. Now listen to the words of the finance minister. What the finance minister said in 2009. We are introducing a new section 35 AD for booming infrastructure in our economy. And for that purpose, we are extending the benefit of 100% deduction to certain businesses. Business number 1. Setting up and operating a cold chain facility for certain products will be eligible for 100% capital expenditure deduction if the business is commenced on or after 1st of April 2009. Okay. Second announcement. Setting up and operating a warehousing facility for agriculture product, not sugar. Sugar came later on. Okay. Initially, only agriculture product was covered. Setting up and operating a warehousing facility for agriculture product if the business is commenced on or after 1st April 2009. In which budget it was announced? And the benefit will also be passed on to whom? Who will commence the business after 1/4/2009. All those who have already started the business, they are not going to get the benefit. Are you clear? All those who listen to us and then make an investment, are you clear? They are going to get the benefit. Old associates are not going to get. Is this clear to everyone? Third one. Laying and operating across country crude or petroleum pipeline, not natural gas. Laying and operating across country crude or petroleum oil pipeline shall be eligible for deduction under 35 AD. Again, if the business is commenced on or after 1/4/2009. Now one last business is left. What is left? Natural gas. Last announcement by the finance minister. I think so. The finance minister at that time was Pranav Mukherjee. Laying and operating a cross-country pipeline for natural gas if the business is commenced on or after 1/4/2007. What the government has mentioned? For which business? Natural gas. When I went back and saw, between 2007 to 2009, who has made a pipeline? It was Reliance Industry. Okay. The rest you are intelligent enough to understand what I am trying to say. If you have not understood, please tell me. Please tell me if you have not understood. What has happened over here? Why retrospective? Why retrospective? Why retrospective benefit to Reliance? I am just presuming something like this might have happened. I'm presuming that Reliance would have said to the government that bring a tax benefit for me. The government would have said, you help us to win the election, correct? We will bring retrospective benefit for you. Are you clear or not? This is how deductions are, big deductions are brought, obviously. Without corporate benefits, you cannot do anything, okay? No government can run without corporates. So, there cannot be any other reason to bring retrospective. This is not a business that every Tom, Dick and Harry will start. Yes, cross-country pipeline. Who makes cross-country pipeline every day? Yes or no? Is it a small investment? No, it's a huge investment. If you want to see, you can see. Check it. Which section? Section 35 AD. So there are hidden information about each and every section. Time is a constraint for me. Check. On or after? Rest all deductions are after 2009. Check. Or 2009. Can you see? Last one is 2009. Rest all are either 2010, 11, 12, 14. Correct? Some of them are even came in 17. Yes? But only one business. That is natural gas pipeline from 2007. Section came when? 2009. I don't think so. Here they have mentioned the year in which the section came. The section definitely came in 2009. It was a part of the government's promise to improve the infrastructure and also to Reliance. Yes. Both promise they have fulfilled. They have fulfilled the promise of infrastructure also. And they have fulfilled the promise of Reliance Industry also. The second one is more important. Okay. Now, coming to some other businesses which we have left over here. Let's at least see the business today. Rest we will continue tomorrow. What is the next business you can see over here? Inland container depot, container freight station. What is this? Any idea? Yes. On the ports, if you see, there are big containers which are kept, correct? What is the use of that? To put it on ship for import and export, correct? So if you are in the business of that, you will be, again, that is a very important infrastructure of our economy. The next one is beekeeping. Which bee? Honey bee, for the purpose of production of honey and what? Beeswax. There are wax candles made of honey. Okay, if you go and check on Amazon also, you will get it. Those are with fragrances and all. Okay, those are made with honey. So if you are engaged in production of honey or production of beeswax, wax candles, then you will be eligible for 100% reduction in 3580. Okay. Next, we have already seen warehousing for sugar. Sugar came later on. If you want to see, you can see here also. Initially, sugar was not there. Sugar, the government has added later on. I think so in 2012 they have added. Yes. Point number AH, you can see AH. Can you see? Sugar, okay. So initially sugar was not considered to be part of what? Obviously sugar is not an agriculture product. Yes, what is agriculture product? Is sugar cane. Sugar cane can come in the agriculture product, but sugar cannot. Then comes some very unique kind of businesses. Point number 12. Laying and operating what? A slurry pipeline for transportation of iron ore. Now the question will arise, what do I mean by slurry? Slurry means something which is a thick liquid. Any liquid which is a thick liquid can be called as a slurry. There is an iron ore which I am melting, then it becomes a thick liquid, correct? So now what is the problem that the industry is facing across the country? Listen, I have a iron rod factory in say Andhra Pradesh. Okay. So for making that iron rods, okay, my basic raw material is iron ore, which comes from say Hyderabad. Now Hyderabad is around 250 to 300 kilometers from here. Now every day I have to bring raw material from there. How will I bring? Through a goods transport, correct? Through a truck. Yes. There is a lot of transportation cost. I cannot bring too much raw material at one point of time. There is pollution. Yes. There is traffic. Multiple problems are there. So the government is saying, why don't you make a pipeline from where? From Hyderabad to your factory where you regularly read raw material in the form of iron ore. You make a pipeline. That pipeline is a temperature control pipeline. Okay. The moment you will put iron ore inside that, that will melt. Okay. You can extract at your end in Andhra Pradesh. You can remove it. You can mold as per your business and then you can use it as a raw material. But making that pipeline obviously requires huge amount of investment. So the government said that you invest and take what? The deduction under PGBP will give you 100% deduction for the same. Are you clear? So there are very few people who have done this. It has not been very common in India. In foreign countries, it has been very common. In India, it has not been that common. One or two parties have done in Maharashtra, I guess. I'm not exactly aware of the name of the company. Next one is setting up and operating what? Semiconductor wafer fabrication manufacturing unit. What is this business? See, nobody is going to ask you the nature of business in the exam, but when you read something, you should know what we are reading now. At least we should be aware of the line what we are trying to understand. So what is semiconductor wafer fabrication manufacturing unit? Yes? Excellent. Which chips that eat? Not this one. Okay. He said chips. I thought that Lays or something she is talking about. Not that chip, obviously. So this semiconductor wafer fabrication is the chipset which is used in any electronic product. Whether this is phone, in phone also they are using some chipset. In cars, they are using chipset. In your calculator also there is a chipset. In your watches also there is a chipset. There is in this computer, in this camera, in every electronic product there is a chipset that is called as semiconductor, through which electricity is transmitted. There is a huge shortage of that across the world. Huge. You can go and check on Google and find out last 4 or 5 years there is a global shortage for the same. And that is one of the reasons the prices of cars and other electronic products have increased like anything after Corona. There has been huge shortage because the factories were closed for many months. So the government is encouraging you. The government is telling you that the people of India, please try to what? Set up a semiconductor wafer fabrication manufacturing unit, make chipsets, supply that chipset to Apple, supply that chipset to Samsung, supply that chipset to big car companies. Okay. We will give you what? 100% tax benefit we will give you for all your capital expenditures. Okay, except land. Land is not allowed here also. What exactly is not allowed, that we will see tomorrow. Today, let's analyze the nature of business. Last but not least is what? If you set up and operate what? Infrastructure facility in India, you will get deduction under 3580, and the law has very precisely defined what is infrastructure facility. See on the next page. You make a road or a toll road, bridge, rail system, highway project, housing project, water supply project, water treatment system, irrigation project, sewerage system in your city. Yes. Proper water sanitation system has to be there. Yesterday there was so much rain. I saw in 10 minutes what has happened on your roads. Okay. There was a flood-like situation in 10 minutes. Yes. No proper system. Correct. Make a proper infrastructure. Sewerage. This is the. Tell me honestly, these 14 businesses honestly is a responsibility of whom? Government. They are putting responsibility on private people. They are telling you make it. We will give you what? Deductions. Port, airport, inland waterway, inland port. This, after reading this, I feel this has been specifically made for Mr. Adani. Yes. Port he has. Airport he has. He is now also coming into highway projects. Roads also he is making these days. Now, all these 14 businesses, you will get great deductions. What deductions we will talk tomorrow. One last thing I would like to say for today, and that is all these deductions are available to all kind of assessees, individuals, HUF, firm, AOP, BOI, company, LLP. Okay. Except mark down 6th and the 14th business. Which is the 6th business? Ambani. Which is the 14th business? Adani. These two businesses are only available to Indian companies. Check point number 3. This further confirms that this is only available for these two people. Yes. Small person will not enter this. Even if they enter, we will not give you. Okay. It is only available to Indian company or consortium of Indian company. Consortium means a joint venture. Okay. Rest all 12 businesses are available to everybody. Okay. Hotel anybody can make. Okay. 2-star or above category hotel you make, you can claim 3580 deduction for your lifetime. Okay. So we will just recap what we have done today. That is more important according to me. Rest we will continue tomorrow morning. So I will ask you questions from 33AB till whatever we have done, whatever partial section of 3580 we have done. So 33AB was about what? Please speak. Growing and manufacturing of tea, coffee or rubber where? In India. Now I would like to ask one question which I have not asked you in the morning because I assume that that's a very simple question, but still I'll ask once. If I'm only engaged in growing tea, then what will happen? Tax implication. Fully exempt. Correct or not? If I'm only manufacturing tea, then fully taxable. Yes or no? We are not doing only one of the two items. We are doing both the things composite. So what shall I do for claiming the deduction? Deposit an amount in NABARD. How much amount shall I deposit? How much amount shall I deposit? Any amount of your wish, the government will give you the deduction as per their percentage. Correct. By when I should go and deposit? Within 6 months from the end of the previous year. Only one date is there, or before the due date of return, whichever is earlier. Now coming to most important one, how much deduction I will get? Amount deposited or 40% of PGBP, correct? Now that PGBP will be computed how? Before this deduction and before the set off of losses. While doing the sum, what you will reduce first? First, deduction. Then you will bifurcate. Then you will reduce the losses. Correct? Okay. In future, if I go to NABARD and say, give me the money, they will give. I don't want to buy any asset. I don't want to incur the money for specified purpose. I want the money. They will give. In how many cases they will give? Out of which are taxable? Closure of business and dissolution of firm. These two cases are taxable. Okay. I withdraw the money. I bought a computer. Is that okay with you? Allowed. Second hand plant and machinery. I sold that computer within 6 years. Why? That is a lock-in of 8 years, correct? Yes or no? I sold that computer to Andhra Pradesh Municipal Authority. Allowed? Deemed income will be applied. Exception is there, correct? Then comes, I withdraw that money and I applied that money for the purpose of the scheme. I incurred one expense allowed by the law in the next year. Tell me, why? Same financial year you have to incur, correct? If I incur in the same financial year, will I get the deduction of that expense? Louder. We will not allow you dual deduction of expense. Okay. You have already claimed the deduction while depositing in NABARD. Then rule 8, rule 7A, rule 7B, I hope you remember the percentages. Okay. When it is 60-40, when it is 35, when it is 25, correct? Then we came to second section 33ABA. Whom it was available? What is the nature of business of the assessee in 33ABA? Oil exploration, prospecting and production in India. Where shall we go to deposit the money? SBI. Till when? Before the end of the financial year. Now you don't have 6 months extra. And how much deduction? 20%. Rest all provisions are same only. Now coming to something important, scientific research. If I give a donation to IIT, will I be eligible for deduction? Yes. Along with IIT, what was mentioned? National Laboratory. Okay. If I give a donation to Scientific Research Association, approved Scientific Research Association. Yes. Section number by any chance? 35, 1, 2. Okay. If I incur the expenditure for my own business as a scientific research, revenue expense will I get for pre-commencement? Up to 3 years. Capital expenditure also, except land is not allowed. Rest all are allowed. How much? 100%. Depreciation will not be allowed. Okay. What if there is a loss because of the revenue expense? Huh? It will be treated as a business loss. Okay. And loss because of capital expenditure? How many things are treated as unabsorbed depreciation? 3. Depreciation itself, family planning, and this. Okay. You can set off these 3 items at the end. Last in the priority. Okay. Then I bought an asset for 50 crore. I claimed deduction. Okay. In the research department. Now I don't like the asset. So I'm selling it. What will happen? Deemed income. If I'm shifting that to my business division, then what will happen? Add to the actual cost at 0 rupees. Correct? There are some institution to whom I am giving donation. Are they supposed to do something? What? They have to file a statement with government. And they have to give a certificate to me. What if they don't do this? They will be liable for fee and penalty. And for donor, the deduction will be not allowed. Okay. Nowadays, what happens? The ITR itself picks up the data. It pre-fills. If the other party has not, for scientific research I am saying, if the other party has not filed a statement now, you will be not able to put the data only in that column. Are you able to understand what I said? If the other party has not filed the statement, you will not be able to put the data only in your ITR with respect to scientific research. You have to call the other party immediately. Tell him, pay the fee, pay the penalty, and please file the statement. I want to file what? ITR. The way in GST. Correct? ITC. Yes. Unless other party pays, you cannot get the ITC. Yes or no? Same way they are doing here also to control the deduction, whether you are claiming fake deductions or not. Okay. Otherwise, earlier we used to put any amount. In 80C, 1,50,000, it is our national right. Whether you invest or not, correct or not. But now they are asking everything. Policy number. Yes. You cannot put fake numbers over there. Yes. Earlier we used to put everything randomly. Then we came to 35 ABB, telecom license and spectrum fee. The deduction for both of them are same only. How will you get the deduction? Over the life of the license, but on payment basis. If I make the full payment, that's great. Divide by the life, take the deduction over the life. If I make the payment in, then as and when you pay, divide by that many number of years. Okay. In the second year, divide by life left from second year. In the third year, divide by life left from the third year. And the last thing we did was 35 AD. Before that, I just gave you a brief background about profit link deductions. And then we started with our investment link deduction. 35 AD. We have just done one thing. That is, we have seen the types of business. That also I have not explained you completely. I have to speak few more things tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, I'll be again speaking about the 14 business first. Then we will go ahead with the deductions. Then we will go ahead with some mistakes made by the government in this section. Then they rectified that mistake in 2014. All those story we will continue tomorrow. Okay. So bye all of you. See you tomorrow.